Thank you. Go ahead, Mylin.
Thank you, thank you. Jesse, do the roll call, please.
Will do. Mr. Middleman, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction.
Present.
Mrs. Manzi, Assistant Superintendent for Special Education.
Present.
Mr. Kolahafar, Assistant Superintendent for Administration and Personnel.
Present.
Ms. Villarreal, Assistant Superintendent for Business and Operations.
Present.
Dr. Linda Adams, Superintendent of Schools.
Present.
Mrs. Augulus, Board President.
Present.
Ms. Panago, Board Vice President.
Oh, that's me. Present.
And Mrs. Napolitano Furno, Board Trustee.
Present.
Mr. Washaw, Board Trustee.
How you doing?
Ms. Kennedy, Board Trustee.
Present.
And Ms. Hutchinson, Board Counsel.
Present.
Thank you. And then myself, Jessie Kemp, as District Clerk.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we go into the later part of our meeting, I just wanted to say a few words in regard to our last meeting with the John Pearl conversation. At our previous meeting, there was a discussion of closing John Pearl Elementary. Since the meeting, the Board of Education has read your emails and many have seen your responses and concerns on social media. To close a school, there are procedures, policy, and state education law that was referenced in policy. This will take a minimum of 6 months in gathering the proper information and input from various entities. In September, providing what restrictions are in place, such as social distancing and what methods can be used for large gathering, the Board of Education can approve a committee to include all stakeholders. The committee will review the data, professional analysis, community input to include Board of Education and administrators. The process will be transparent and provide everyone the opportunity to share the concerns and review data and input from the committee. We appreciate your concerns and questions, and we will be diligent in the process as we know this is a very important matter. Thank you. Jesse, was there any changes to the meeting?
There was one change since the meeting was posted, which was just an additional item under new discussion items.
Is that listed, would that be listed number 3?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the April 16th, 2020 Board of Education meeting.
Make a motion by Lee.
Mylan will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I can't even see the minutes. I can't get online to see the minutes.
I got all ayes but you, Eileen.
I said I can't get online to see the minutes, so I'm going to abstain because I thought there was something in there that I needed to question, and now I can't get on to see it.
Okay, so one abstention.
Yes, but I'd like to revisit that if there is something that needs to be changed to make sure that the minutes are proper.
Absolutely,
Okay, it might be at the next meeting. I can't see it right now, so I'm sorry.
no problem. Okay, we're moving on to policy procedures. We have a approval for the second reading of the new policy 6715, uniform guidance compliance for federal awards.
Okay, making a motion. What are we doing?
Yes, I'm just trying to think this,
Oh.
anybody can remind me again what this policy was? You know,
That
brief-
was, Linda, you can speak better to this because that came from you guys, right?
It actually came from
Or legal? I'm not really sure where that came
It's
from.
the legal policy that you need in order to purchase things. So Lisa can explain it just.
Oh, right. Right. And I read it over. I had no problem with it. And I believe Mark read it over as well.
Yeah, all school districts are required to have that policy in order to be
Right.
eligible for some federal grant.
Right. We actually sent it to you, Lisa, for a legal review first.
That's correct. So we
Okay.
reviewed it. It's consistent with the templates provided by the policy services, and it's consistent with the law.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, so I need a motion in a second.
Motion by
Motion.
Eileen.
Second by Lee.
All in favor?
Aye.
By
Aye.
Lee.
Aye by Eileen.
Aye,
Aye.
Hi, Mylan. I think we have an all. I heard all voices.
Yeah.
Okay, all board members said yes. Okay, we're moving on to new discussion items. The first item is the mental health initiatives. Gail Santos, are you available to have your presentation?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Gail.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you see, I'm sharing a slide. Can you see my PowerPoint?
I'm
Yes.
on the phone, so no, Gail, I can't. I'm sorry. If you could email them to me, though, that would be great.
I'd be happy to
And
do so.
I
Absolutely.
can't get online right now to see them, but I'll see them afterwards.
I'll be sure to send you a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. It is with both pleasure and pride that I review the mental health initiatives for 2020, 2021. I'm going to move the screen, obviously, as I speak, calling your attention to the first of 4 targeted programs. And if I may, we'll speak to the Ruler program last, because that is the newest program being introduced to you, that in part encompasses some of these other target areas. So we'll start with number 2, at-risk assessments. If you recall, earlier this year, I introduced to you or reviewed the results of the Box data survey district-wide. And from there, it identified some risk indicators and some behaviors and tendencies of substance abuse and risky behaviors that we wanted to further target and identify. And as such, one of our recommendations was to develop an assessment to provide to various grades, not every grade, but various grades in elementary, middle school, and early high school as a preventative measure to identify anyone who's potentially at risk. The whole theme of this presentation and shift is to focus solely on enhanced prevention rather than reactionary and intervention programs, more of a prevention model. So the at-risk assessments would be gleaned. We've already collected some samples. It will be in a collaborative effort. I'm hoping as well, that we can identify those students that are potential risks. Additionally, suicide prevention, as you know, we have broached that over the years, and that continues to be a focus of the department, especially as there has been more strife and emergencies and students referred to hospitals, unfortunately, as well as emergency assessment centers such as DASH that I brought into the YFS department and the other mental health units for that matter this year. But the underpinning of that is emotional regulation. If we can teach students, and any person for that matter, to understand and manage their emotions, then they would be less at risk. So that is where the Ruler program is going to take us, and we'll speak to that in one moment. Lastly, parenting workshops. As you know, we have been providing parenting workshops in the evening and also during the school day, very well attended, but I think we would have a higher attendance if we had continue to offer them in the evening as well, as many parents work. We focused on the middle school areas, both North and South End, over the last couple of years, particularly because of the developmental readiness of those children and their transitional years. Now we're proposing to extend it district-wide as we see the needs amongst our families, and we've also been asked by parents to offer it in various grades. Okay. So now I shall bring to your attention the primary topic of this evening's presentation, and that is the Ruler program. And one would ask, why are we looking at the Ruler program? What is it? Firstly, it's an evidence-based program that is socially and emotionally, it's a social emotional learning program, that is from Yale University. Its premise is that of emotional intelligence and systems theories. And before I define what that is, it's also accredited by the CASEL organization. That is the Collaborative Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning in the state that, as you see, I have listed there, the 5 competencies or tenets of the principles: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. The premise here is that if a child, or an adult for that matter, can manage one's behavior, then they can impact the behavior or the exchange in a situation or with another person. Now, emotional intelligence, one might say, what is emotional intelligence? It's the ability to understand and manage one's own emotions as well as those emotions of those around you. So I ask each of us or anyone that's listening to this presentation, try to reflect personally. Have you ever been in a dynamic, whether it be with social media, whether it be with a spouse, significant other, friend, family member, child, and that you either in response to something that was said to you, replied in a manner in which you did not anticipate that emotional reaction? Or conversely, did someone ever say something to you that you misunderstood or didn't agree with their emotional reaction and it caused a negative outcome? That's the premise of this program. And I would think everyone would say absolutely, because that's the nature of being human with thoughts and feelings. So what we're doing here is trying to teach the management skills and give our staff and students, not just students, the skill set and strategies to manage one's emotional behavior. And what is the benefit of doing that? Research shows that it has marked benefits, marked positive outcomes across the school community and outside the school community. So let's look at that further. How is it relevant? Oh, excuse me, and I forgot, I'm sorry. Systems theory. It's also based, going back, Ruler program is also based in systems theory. And many of you may remember or understand, and if not, Peter Senge said the systems theory is the understanding of how the different elements in the whole interact with each other. What's the connection, the connectedness? Each element within a system has different beliefs, different values, but at the end, they must act as a whole. Secondly, as far as personal behavior or emotions, it's the connection in any situation and then the better understanding of how and what someone did or some way you influence that outcome by a behavior or an emotion. So it's the semblance of connectedness and how the parts need to work as a whole for a healthier environment. So now let's ask, what is the relevance? Why emotional intelligence? Well, let me tell you, the founder of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence at Yale University, founder and director, I should say, is Dr. Mark Brackett. He is very engaging. He is highly regarded and very esteemed in this field of study. And he has based his studies, and he is the creator and founder of the Ruler program, because he said that emotion systems, everyone's emotion system is inextricably connected to their cognitive system. What does that mean? Every thought, every feeling, every relationship, and every activity has an emotional component to it. That's true of children, students, children in your home, adults, teachers, all of us. So our emotions have a direct impact on our cognitive system, and that equates to learning. Research shows that emotions influence attention, memory, and learning, decision-making, creativity, mental and physical well-being, ability to form and maintain healthy relationships, and academic and workplace performance. Now note, those are very global, but it's the essence and very holistic approach of whole wellness and environmental wellness. So I ask you now, has our school system experienced stress in this new adaptation to our new normal as a result of the current pandemic? Have families at home, and these are really rhetorical questions, have families, personal families, felt stress as a result of the new learning situation and the new teaching situation as a result of the pandemic? All of these stressors impact your mental and physical well-being. The impact of Ruler studies have showed is that it fosters a range of behaviors that shifts the school climate that are, of course, essential to positive health development. So you're looking at the climate, and we've been looking at holistic approaches for years, in that we want to garner and to reinforce a feeling of safety, a feeling of groundedness, a feeling of connectedness, and shared relationships. You do that by having an understanding of what it is you're feeling, what emotions you're experiencing, how to best manage them, because ruler program the aim is to have your best self. And in doing so, you impact the building as a whole. Similarly, not only the building is improved because of these skills that are honed in and positively impacted, such as attention skills, etc. There was a 10% increase in academic performance. And then another study showed there was 12% improvement in classroom climate. Because the premise is that everyone is speaking the same language. There's an understanding and exchange about the emotion and the incident that's transpiring. Rather than being reactionary, we're going to teach children and adults as well to be more reflective and then to strategically react to a situation rather than emotionally respond. What are other positive outcomes from the ruler studies that have been done? There is, of course, the development of emotional skills, fewer attention and learning problems, and then greater social and leadership skills. And one would say, well, why is this significant? Well, because the underpinning of this is that the development of emotional skills, fewer attention and learning problems, greater social and leadership skills are not specific just to students. It also impacts the adults, any person in the community, any person in the schoolhouse. So our aim is to model and then teach in modeling. And I might add, this is not a top-down decision or top-down directive insofar as this is a practice that teachers do every day in relating to their children. What is just being honed in is the understanding of their own emotions, perhaps, because we are all human, and it is very challenging to teach. In my opinion, humbly, it requires a certain personality, a skill set to relate to so many different personalities and making every person feel special in that setting while you're going through your own personal dilemma. It takes a very disciplined person to leave the separate and personal life outside the door and then maintain a certain delivery and disposition to positively influence students. Well, that is the question therein, though, is that we are presented with many different challenges with our students in school. And are all teachers familiar with what emotions and feelings and behaviors the students are demonstrating? Do the students understand why, if they are acting out, what are the underpinnings behind that action? Okay, and in doing so, it will impact the school and the classroom singularly and the school as a whole. So how are we going to do that? As I said, it's not going to be a top-down mentality. It's going to be modeled. And the best way to do that is that we're going to use our own staff and start with the adults and ask of 9 buildings. We're going to hold off introducing this to the high school until the second year. First year, it's K through 8, 7 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 1 administrator, a social worker, and then the option of a third teacher. It could be a mental health professional, it could be a health teacher. I'm relying on the building administrator to know their culture and climate best and to identify the person that would relate well, wants to participate, and then also volunteers to turnkey and bring this forward throughout the year, because this isn't a one-time lesson. The program is taught online over the summer. It's only a 6-week program. It's 2 hours per week. So it is doable even if we're on modified shifts. And it's a 2-year training program in that you first learn the emotions, you first learn the distinction of feelings, and then I'll show you the other parts of the program on the next slide. And that is the initial element, but then it's brought to the schoolhouse and it's introduced to the staff and the adults first. And then that staff and adult group in their faculty meeting establishes the norms and values that they want to aspire to and teach the children to attain. Okay, and throughout the year, the Yale University will be providing counseling, will be providing implementation strategies and materials to help each respective building roll out the program as they deem suitable for their particular climate. So that's the behind. And I might add, just so that you know, ladies and gentlemen, the monies requested to be transferred tonight are from this year's funds, but we did receive approval from the auditor because it is a requirement of Yale University to, even though the application is being submitted now, if approved, for summer training, it is a condition of the application that we secure that position. So the auditors reviewed the application. I went through Joanne Sharrett, the Director of Purchasing, and received approval. So these monies are already allocated. Okay, so now what does the ruler program look like? As we said, we're going to target, of course, adults and teachers first for the modeling and the introduction. And the mindset they're going to be introduced to is emotion matters mindset. Again, looking at each situation not as a behavior, but as a feeling and emotion. And then really the antecedent, what is the cause? Why is the child feeling that way? But also before looking at the child, we are going to ask them to live the work. And any of you go on the Yale University website, there are very short videos that there are comments from many educators across the country. There are many school districts on Long Island that are already implementing this program. Just as a sidebar, the YFS, and I also had a subcommittee, we've investigated at least 5 other programs. We have attended professional conferences, and we have conferred with other districts that have implemented Ruler. We did have a planning to visit the sites this year, but of course the school closed. But I assure you, we have enough professional background and knowledge to know this is the program that is most suitable for our district and is the most effective. And that's why we're proposing it this evening. Now, the target, you can see, I don't have to read every objective, but you can see ruler is, the word is representative of the target words taught to children as far as recognizing, understanding, labeling, expressing, and regulating emotions. That is a series of lessons and a series of strategies and a series of charts and interactive play. So when I say lesson, this is not going to be a binder with 30 lessons. It's instead more chart-like. If you can think of a tic-tac-toe board, and it's divided, well, let's try that again. Think of a square cut in 4 equal parts. One is green, one is yellow, one is blue, one is red. What we teach all students, and interestingly enough, adults and students learn the same strategies because it's applicable to all. What they do is they are asked to identify their feeling, identify their emotion, assess it where it is on the meter. And the children literally put something in that color section that represents where they are in their emotional level. So that's the interaction that I'm speaking of. So we'll look a little more closely at that. These are the anchor tools, and the mood meter is the little square that I just discussed with you that has the 4 distinctive colors that represent level of intensity. So without belaboring and reading every word, you can see the highlight, and this is not done in one meeting, this is done over the course of the year. The charter emphasis is the entire culture of the school. After the training team presents or attends the 12-hour session in the summer and then continues with the webinar contact and the counseling contact and receiving the implementation materials, brings it back to the faculty, has a conversation, and then has collaborative conversation, gaining consensus as what is the value of the school, what will the norms, and what will the goals be. So each school may be different, but they're all moving in the path of emotional regulation for a more positive outcome, obviously. So that's the charter discussion. That's the climate as a whole. The mood meter is the individual reflection that both students and children use. And then there's the meta meter, and that is emotional situations with strategies to promote the best self. And those strategies also then take a step away from the self and enter the world of relationships. And then lastly, the blueprint is, you've heard the word of like empathy and conflict resolution because that has been part of character education. But the reflective component is new in that for every action, there is a reaction, and for every decision, there should be thought as to what is the best path. And the logic or philosophy or tenet of this program is with emotional management and understanding of why, then the child or the adult can then choose what the appropriate response would be as opposed to reactionary. So, ladies and gentlemen, one would say, why are we doing this now? And I had spoken to the administration earlier today with Dr. Adams' meeting. And although the word serendipitous may not be appropriate as we're going through such a critical time, if we look at society and all of the conflict and the abrupt changes imposed on people because it was not by choice, I use the word serendipitous because this is an essential prevention, because our students and our families and our adults and the community at large, the risk factors are increasing. Okay, we have protective factors for a healthier life. And what is a protective factor? Your family, your loved ones, where you garner support, right? Your religious beliefs, your friends, your community contacts. Risk factors are anything that impedes that. So it could be on a personal level, loss of money, loss of a job, loss of health, right? Disruption to the family unit, disruption of your day-to-day lifestyle. Okay, the imposition of potentially one feeling isolated and the social distancing. So the point is that for every risk factor, all risk factors generate more risk factors. And as risk factors increase, your protective factors are reduced, which ultimately compromise student and family resiliency and ability to learn. So I can make that more practical by describing or discussing just what we're going through today. We're all responding to a pandemic, right? And the first consequence for every incident, there's a reaction or a consequence as far as risk factors are concerned. And in the pandemic, of course, the natural consequence is worry for one's health and well-being. But from the pandemic, in addition to the health crisis and the concern for your loved ones and your own well-being and your babies and our elders, and people that are compromised, because we're all not even responding in the same manner because people are in different levels of risk, then the schools were closed. And what's the ramification of the schools? There's a consequence there potentially. Although we're thinking out of the box and we're trying to meet the needs of our students and families in a most expeditious way, the burden, though, it can be a burden. If you look at the commercials on television right now, there are families saying, help, we respect teachers so much because it's so arduous. Parents are being asked to assume the responsibilities of teachers who have many years of experience, have a skill set and an understanding of how to work with their children. Secondly, are they comfortable in that teaching modality? Are the students comfortable in that teaching modality? If you have a little one who has attentional problems in school, and when I was a classroom teacher, I had 2 young children and I dreaded doing homework because my classroom students would sit and be studious and follow direction. At home, my daughter would roll off the dining room table, under the dining room table, and slide off the chair as if she were a slinky because mommy was different than teacher. And parents are probably experiencing that same situation, imposing more stress within the family. Where's the child developmentally? Adolescent children, just by nature, are more combative or a little more challenging, not because they're ornery, it's because they're trying to establish, they're in conflict, they're trying to establish a level of independence. So now if the parent and adolescent does not have a good working relationship, to sit down and to be expected to cover the curriculum and ensure that the child is staying up to speed can impose stress. So I think you understand where I'm going. The stress of the distance learning can create conflict within the family. The stress or the challenge between parent and child extends to the family. So this pandemic, even though it started in the realm of health, has impacted all areas of our society, and students, families, and communities are feeling the same. So that's the proof of risk factors increase, your protective factors decrease, and those children, trust me, are not as ready to learn as when they feel secure with the protective factor. So the Ruler program, simply put, is going to help students and staff manage emotions, teach them strategies to review their feelings before they react. So there's not just a cause and effect relationship. And studies will show, and many studies, and I can produce that there is an impact and a positive outcome to behavior, to feelings, to climate, and not just for students, for all community members. And what I neglected to add in the second year, or excuse me, once we're embedded the rollout in the school, I'm neglecting to include the families. We would of course bring the families in to the cultural goal of each building, so that any trends and any strategies and any learning skills that are taught in the schoolhouse transfer back to the home. So this has the potential of positively impacting our community at a large, and I think it's the optimal time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail, and thank you for taking the time a week ago to actually sit down and go over all of this with me. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all that you're doing in light of this pandemic for when the kids come back. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I have a question, Gail.
Yes, ma'am.
All these kids that are coming back, there's a percentage of them that have not taken to the way we're teaching
Yes.
for a multitude of reasons.
Mhm.
What do we do in case of, when next year, and they're in third grade
Mhm.
and they don't know part of their second grade curriculum
Right.
for many reasons?
Mhm.
What is it that's in place, if anything, that they're going to do in third grade to bring them up to par, to get them ready for continuation of education?
Well, that's a two-part answer insofar as we look at the child holistically. So right now, I'm looking at the whole wellness of the child. We want to make sure that they're engaged. And if they're not engaged, I have to give credit to nurses, social workers, my staff here. We've called every at-risk family that we know of, the homeless families. We've had people come from Forest Hills, that's because they're allowed to be 50 miles away from district, to pick up laptops. The social workers, the nurses, as I know the special ed department as well, is reaching out to all students to ensure that they are staying in contact with the school, especially those that are at risk. There's a relationship between the parent and the provider, and the providers are speaking directly to the children. So that's as much as that we can do right now during the separation constraints. In September, let's assume and hope that we resume school in September as close to normal, quote unquote, as the law and this situation allows. I think the benefit of course, the counseling is going to be I'm meeting with the nurses and the social workers, and we are currently developing a transitional plan and trying to anticipate how children will present when they return from such an abrupt situation. I'm hearing from the social workers that students were managing well with the counseling. And I have to tell you, because there was a small glimmer of hope of returning to school. Now, and some of the younger children are loving time home with the family and mom and dad and everyone's together. So you have variable reactions. The secondary students, however, I think, and for reasons we all understand, they're going through their rites of passage, and they're losing some of their rites of passage activities such as the prom, etc., because of these limitations. They had that glimmer of hope, and once they were told that they're not returning before June, now that hope has been diminished. Those are the children that we're reaching out to right now. The assessment tool that I'm speaking of will assist us in identifying which students are struggling emotionally. Okay, not academically, I do hear your point, but the first thing we need to do is anyone at crisis, who's at risk, who is successfully transitioning back to the school setting, and who is having an awkward transition. And
Ask you this question.
yes,
Educationally and emotionally sort of tie up in certain times.
100%.
If you're educationally behind,
Mhm.
say in second grade or in seventh grade, you're not feeling emotionally secure. So
Yes.
isn't it a dual issue
100%.
here?
100%. The program that I'm proposing, it is holistic in that it is stemming from the child and the adult's decision making based on their knowledge of strategies and understanding of their own emotion. If you're asking me if someone feels delayed in their academic study, does that impose anxiety or stress? Absolutely. So I'm sure as a collective unit, we're going to look at any remedies or compensatory support if that is warranted, but it's hard to project what we will do in September until we know what September will look like, whether we're going to resume a normal schedule or we're going to resume a part-time schedule. So that I know the superintendent plans, we will be looking at that more in depth. There is definitively a relationship between learning and emotions and behavior and mental health. But right now I'm targeting the holistic approach insofar as mental health and environment. But you do raise a very good point, and at least the assessment as far as mental health issues and behavioral concerns and stressors will be identified. But we will, as far as the mental health, we will make ourselves available to parents, we will make ourselves available to staff, and we will have, I'm sure, heightened referrals. But I also think there is a resiliency and a welcoming of returning to school. And very often the students are more resilient than adults. I'm not being glib, but I've been in the field a long time, and I think we can speak to that. Sometimes change is harder. So I think it may be a positive, a welcomed return as well. So it will have to be done on a case-by-case basis, but it should be investigated and it should be responded to. If anyone is severely behind, there are interventions already in place that we can tap upon. And there are venues that we speak and we collaborate as professionals and those that know the children best, such as IST meetings, as CSEs, as team meetings, as dialogue with principal and teacher. But your point does not go unnoticed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. Gail, you mentioned that money has already been it's already in the budget for this year, for the summer program?
Yes, because Yale University requires a commitment within 4 weeks of the application being accepted. I want to secure the July training. It starts mid-July. I sent all those papers to the director of purchasing. She spoke to the auditors and received approval to move forward.
Okay, so you're asking for money for next year's budget, the budget that we're working on now, is that what you're saying?
No, madam.
I just
No.
want to clarify.
No. So this year's
Okay.
budget, so let's say the money's now for in June or May. I'm
Right,
transferring amongst my codes, so it can all go into contractual to go towards this ruler program. So it's not to burden the July onward budget. That's what I was saying.
okay, so that does clarify it. So it's already, you're using the money from the budget that was approved last year and we're still spending.
Which is not typical, but I did have to.
No, it's not, but we're not in typical times.
That
So,
it's also a requirement of the training, and the auditor reviewed it and approved it.
okay, so that's for this first year, and then you mentioned the second year.
No, it's a
Look.
2-year program. That commitment is for a 2-year program.
Oh, okay, so you're not going to come back next year and ask us to put more money in the budget?
No, I
Oh,
will,
okay.
the only additional cost there will be that I do not have factored now is that there would be 2 teachers times 9 buildings, that's 18 teachers that would need to be compensated for 12 hours of tutorials over the summer.
Right, okay, all right, that sounds good. Thank you, Gail.
You're welcome.
So I don't know if you want me to address, I know Lee brought up the question regarding gaps with students' education and being prepared for that next grade level.
Yes, I do. I like it. I like your input.
So we have been meeting regularly with our administrative staff, and they have been in communication with our teaching staff as well. We put together, we're looking to put together several committees of our teachers and administrators to identify what those skills and gaps are going to be. And we want to get the frontline people to really, give us that input, and that's our instructional staff. And Gail is correct. The social and emotional aspect of our students' life is critical to their success academically. And that's something that we are putting into place and considering when we're making any of our adjustments as we're going forward. The goal of the committee is to identify those gaps in skill development for children. We want to try to look at, focus primarily on reading and mathematics, because we want to maintain our children's progress going forward. And with the goal of creating some sort of activity that students can do over the summer to either keep them at the level that they're at, or have them be able to move a little bit forward. We do have a couple things that we're looking at, but this is in the initial stages with administrators and getting that teacher committee together. The other piece that we're looking at is to our curriculum areas, what skills that we need to spiral into into our September curriculum and October curriculum to make sure that we are filling those gaps that we have identified. We're looking to see if we can find some sort of assessment for our students to see where they are and give that data and information to our teachers as they move into that next school year. I think technology is a big area that we need to look at. We're in the process of putting our technology committee together. We think it's critical that devices are something that everyone has access to. Not just devices, but everybody should have the same device. And that goes from our teaching staff, through our K-12 population of students. So it's something that we're planning on right now. And hopefully, by September, we should be able to, start to initiate our one-to-one rollout of technology for our students.
Okay, I have a question. You do an assessment, we'll just say child Mary, second grader, should know certain types of math, should be able to read to a certain level. And she can't. And then Susie could do a little better. And then Frank might be worse than the two of them. How does that third grade teacher handle all this? When, how is she going to bring all these children up to date? How long might it take? Has anyone looked into this? Will you be working on this? Or
yeah, it's something that we are definitely looking at. It is going to be a challenge for our instructional staff, and it is something that we want to continue to provide support for them. Again, having that good core instruction in the classroom is something we've worked on over the past 6 years in both literacy and mathematics. I'm comfortable with the progress that the district has made in those areas. But we are going to continue to look at other supports that students will need, whether it be additional math support or additional reading support outside of the traditional classroom sometimes. And that's something that we're continuing to investigate. One of the opportunities we currently have is a program called eSpark. It's an adaptive program. So it meets the child where they are, and either below grade level, at grade level, or above grade level. So it is something that we're going to investigate further as a resource for our students and our parents, as well as our staff as we move throughout the remainder of this school year into the summer and then into September.
who am I speaking to? I don't even know who I'm talking to. Who is this? I'm talking
That was-
to.
That was Dean.
That was Dean.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Dean. Thank
So Dean, one of the things that you had mentioned was the one-on-one device. And if you recall, I'd say maybe probably 3 years ago, I advocated for the one-on-one devices. So it's, I'm glad to see that even under these circumstances, that we'll be able to provide the one-on-one devices for our children.
Yes, I'll speak a little bit about that. I think there are opportunities, in any situation that happens, and this provides us that opportunity. At the point when we first discussed the one-to-one initiative, we didn't really have a learning management program that we were subscribing to. It wasn't something that was widely used across the district. But due to this, extended closure, we now have a larger population of our teachers using several different learning management platforms. So that's kind of opportunity for us to be able to now give devices, because the type of instruction that'll take place in the classroom, the goal is to have it seamless if there are any extended closures moving forward. So we are looking to get the same device for all of our students, as well as our faculty. I think that's really critical. I think everybody needs to be on the same platform that we are moving forward with, and that's something we're working with our staff. The funding for that, we're hopefully going to access some of our Smart Schools funding, which we still have some funding available to us, and so it should be at no additional cost to the district.
Initially, that's where I thought we should have taken the money from.
And we have, we currently have about 1,700 Chromebooks in district. We have given out and distributed over 1,100 to our families and students during this time. And that was our initial funding source for the Chromebooks, and we'll continue to use that as a way to leverage more devices for our students.
Thank you. I appreciate your response to that. Does any of the board members have any questions?
Nope, I'm good.
Mark? Mark?
I'm good.
Jackie?
I'm good.
And Lee?
Well, who's going to do this over the summer?
I'm sorry, are you speaking to me?
I'm
Gail?
speaking to, I guess it would be Dean. Who will be taking this over in the summertime? These responsibilities that you would now have? The Dean question.
I don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry, but our hope is that we have a solid plan in place for the remainder of this school year that will bring us into September.
And who's going to oversee that? What administrators can oversee that if you're gone? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I care about our district, so I need to know the answers.
Yes, you do need to put them on the spot, Lee.
So how is this going to be monitored if there is no one in your position?
Isn't that something that Linda needs to answer now?
Okay, Linda, answer that question.
So we have to sit as an administrative cabinet and see how some of these responsibilities will fall on other administrators.
Excuse me, what other administrators will be left?
Well,
Didn't we just have it where we had administrators out? And
I'm asking a question. This is not a
We have
debate.
directors.
Lee, I'm answering though.
Lee, you're
What-
doing this.
We have
Stop
been-
No, I'm
campaigning.
asking a question because I want an
So
answer.
you're campaigning is what you're doing.
reasons,
No, I'm not.
And we still moved forward. We still were able to move
We're
forward.
going to move forward. We are a strong district. We're going to move forward. I
I'm
have
asking
faith in the people
Dr.
that are
Adam.
here.
I'm asking Dr. Adams. I don't mean to put anyone on the spot, but there are a lot of kids at risk, especially now. Especially now. A lot of kids, not just 1 or 2 or 10 or some emotional problems. We have a lot of kids at risk. A lot of kids do not know how to read when they should
We
be
know
reading.
there's a lot of kids
A
at
lot-
risk.
I'm
We have
not- I'm
we
not-
have teachers calling us to tell us
Lee,
that there's
Lee,
suicidal
I have-
kids and we have to find
I'm
administrators.
asking a question, just like you would ask a
Lee, I
question.
know. I got phone calls from.
I don't need an answer from you. I need an answer from
But I'm
administration.
just saying to you, do you understand that I went a week and a half ago and had a sit-down meeting about children at risk, mental health, and threat assessment and
So it
risk
begins.
with Ms. Santos.
Let me check
You
it.
were welcome to come. I didn't see you want to be there. I was there. You're bringing it up now, but you could have went to the meeting. You could have had a meeting with her and you could have gotten to know what is out there and what initiatives we're going to try to bring in for the new school year to help these kids.
Emotionally, I'm talking about educationally. how are we going to bring these students from Plan A to Plan B or Plan C or Plan D? Because not everyone learns the same. That's all I'm asking.
I think we should have faith in our teachers. Don't you, Lee?
I think our teachers are wonderful, but we also have a team working to help our teachers become the best they can be.
Well, you do realize also this is a national pandemic. It's not just in Connecticut. It's everywhere. So every student in every level at every district is going to have some catching up to do in September. We don't even know yet what Governor Cuomo is going to do. He could very well say the first couple of weeks, who knows, in the new school year, we're going to do this, this, and this. Who knows if next year there's going to be state testing? Because how are you going to do that? Maybe those weeks they're going to utilize to do what we couldn't do now. You're absolutely right that kids are going to be behind. But you have to have faith that we have all these extra people in place. We have the math specialists. We have the people who come in and will do the reading with them. If there are kids that are falling behind, our admin should be finding out about it and working with these kids. That should be what's being done right now. Phone calls should be going home. Things should be getting done to check on those at-risk kids. And isn't that just what they said?
I do believe we have been addressing at-risk students on a regular basis. The school psychologists in the buildings, in conjunction with the chair people, the special education teachers, the regular education teachers, the instructional support teams in all buildings have been reaching out. We've had a coordinated process and putting together ways to communicate with families as well as students to make sure that everyone's well cared for now and to start planning for the future. I would love to highlight the school psychologists and the YFS workers who've been doing phone counseling this entire time, classroom teachers and special education teachers who have also been reaching out to families just to check in with them. I believe we've started this process now, and it'll be important to continue this conversation both May and June over this summer and to plan for September.
Lee, are you done, Lee? Linda, I believe Lee was asking you a question. Do you have an answer to her question?
So the administrative team needs to get together and parse out the responsibilities of the abolished positions. We did have an absentee this year, but that was filled in by another full-time administrator. And then someone filled in that person's administrative role so that we could keep the district moving forward. The oversight of the entire district is going to be diminished with the abolishments of the two district assistant superintendents. I can't candy coat that.
Linda, but a lot of these you spoke about. And now it's almost like everything changes. Everything changes once we have a board meeting. But this was spoken about in the past. If it became a financial hardship, these are positions that we could get rid of. These are positions that we could go to a lower position, and other districts have this. This isn't like something that was just pulled out of the sky.
Well, actually, the assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction has been in the Connecticut School District since the inception. I really don't know of any school districts except really, really small ones on the East End where there's not a district level position in curriculum and instruction. There's generally a district level position in special education as well. And I know that the of the position was changed from assistant superintendent to the assistant superintendent, but that also included increased responsibilities. And really, when some of these positions were discussed, we said that it's much easier for someone to work down than to ask people to work up out of their title, because it will potentially include stipends for unit work that has never been in the unit before. So this is not. At the last board meeting, that was the first time that the assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction's position was ever really discussed, and it was discussed to abolish. The oversight.
I recall having a conversation with you that if the position became vacant, that the director could step up and do the job.
What director?
That's the conversation you and I had.
Which director?
She was the one telling me, I believe it was the English director. I could be wrong. It was the one that stepped up already.
Right. She was in the role.
Okay. And did you
Correct.
not tell me that?
Yes, that she could do the role. I thought she could.
Okay. That's what you told me. I'm just going off what you told me. Lee
But
always
that
tells
salary-
me,
That wouldn't
Lee
mean that I
always
would.
tells me to listen to administration. Lee, I listened to administration. Remember that.
But that didn't mean not replacing her role. So I thought that Mrs. Poppy did a wonderful job stepping in while Mr. Middleman was out. And I thought she might be able to handle the role moving forward. But that was not replacing her as a curriculum director and having the English department have a curriculum director.
I have faith in her abilities.
She's a wonderful English director, absolutely. And she did very well as an interim assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction. Those are two very different roles. We had another administrator in her shoes doing the directorship of English to keep that program moving forward as well. The board approved Mrs. Pulliam to move into that position and do that work while Mrs. Poppy was substituting for Mr. Middleman.
So Linda, do you anticipate with these positions that were abolished, that we could be looking at some potential litigations? Again, as far as unit work, and like you were mentioning before, it's one thing to go up and then to carry down, but it's another to be up. I mean, to go up and add on.
I think that there would have to be some negotiation for impact bargaining if you asked people to do work that was not originally in their unit. And I would really rather have our attorneys answer that question.
Gary, can you answer that question?
Actually, Gary's not on the call anymore, but yes,
Oh.
there's the possibility of impact bargaining. I think as we stated before, you'd really have to make sure that when you're abolishing positions, individuals who, that you do it by seniority, and then the possibility of individuals challenging their position or their title being cut because they may have more seniority and than another individual. So there are lots of things that have to be examined when you make these considerations.
Lisa, this vote already went through last meeting. I don't know if you recall.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the issue now. I think.
The issue, I think, is educating
I'm
children.
speaking now, Lee. I'm speaking
Okay, go
now.
ahead. I
My
apologize.
turn.
I apologize.
Thank you. Lisa, I
Yeah.
think, when it comes to seniority, these were the top level. So I don't think there was anybody with more seniority for that, and that position's gone now. So if you're talking about them stepping up, there is no position to step up to.
Well,
The work has to be divided, and that's the job of the superintendent. So, in her cabinet, she has to handle that. That's her job.
but then as
We
Linda
pay a lot of money to our superintendent. I think Linda can handle it. I'm good with it.
And as Linda said, to the extent you're pushing the responsibilities down and there's already been an established, and I'm not sure if we should discuss this in open session about potential litigation, but just generally
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we don't have to push it down. We have a superintendent.
and that's what I think what Linda was saying in terms of
Right.
distributing the work.
Okay.
You really can't, okay. Go finish.
Our
Sheldon.
superintendent, we can't discuss this, but if you read the contracts, that's all I'm saying is the work that has to be divided, or however we have to do this, Linda has to work it out. That's part of her duties as a superintendent, and I think she can handle that.
Well, my question is, I do not believe the teachers can handle any more than they can. They have their hands full. They work so hard to try to educate our kids the best they can. And we're not only is it abnormal what's going on.
Lee,
Lee, our teachers,
Our
are some
teachers
of
are great,
the
but
strongest
we had a
men and
list of
women
40
I've ever
teachers.
met.
Being disrespectful.
We had a
Our
list of
teachers
40
are
teachers that
the
nobody knew
strongest
about.
men and
Being
women
That were gonna get cut.
I've ever met. These are the
Eileen,
people on the
Jackie,
ground
you're
right
being
now running with these kids.
disrespectful. I'm not gonna argue, just, it was my turn.
You're saying it as
You
if,
have-
but you're saying it as if the teachers can't handle it. Have you
I
spoken
did
to
not
them?
say that.
Do you
I
know
said the
that?
teachers are working so hard as it is. I talked to them also. The
Well,
teachers have.
they're doing an
their
incredible
place.
job
Are they
in
going?
a very
Excuse me,
difficult
Jackie.
and challenging time.
Jackie, stop. Just stop.
Then what are you telling her to stop for? She's saying something
Because
nice.
I was
What about the
speaking.
teachers? She doesn't have to stop.
I
You
was
can't just cut her
speaking.
off and tell her to stop.
I was
She can say
speaking.
good things about the teachers just because she doesn't have to campaign and you are. She's allowed to talk.
But I was speaking first, just like you were speaking first. I apologize. I think you guys should apologize now because I'm speaking. The teachers have to teach the kids. They don't have time to analyze how to do this one, how to do that. They do not have that. They are up to their heads with work. They're up to their heads with responsibility. They can't take on more responsibility. I'm sorry. They
Lee,
work
can I
too
ask you
hard.
something?
Lee,
Can I
I
cut
need to
in
answer
and
that
ask
back.
you?
A teacher is not going to take on
Lee, a
an
teacher's gonna
abolished
take on-
title
That's
position.
what I was just
They're
gonna
not
say. A
taking on that
teacher's gonna
role. They're
take on
a teacher. That's for
what an
directors.
assistant super does. That's not
You know
what a
what?
teacher's gonna do.
Whatever you guys
Right,
want,
exactly, Jackie.
you want it.
It's-
I cannot support this bad, whatever
It
this is
doesn't matter if
going
you support it.
Lee,
We
you don't
voted.
have
I
to
don't.
support it.
You
Everyone
voted
gets
your
their
way.
one
We
vote.
You already voted to get rid of an AP at Cherokee. So I mean,
Based
come
on
on.
what you, so did
everybody
you.
voted. We made our vote. Let's
Yes,
move
wait,
on
no,
now.
no, I want to talk about that for a minute. Hold on, Eileen, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Your,
All right,
is
go
that
ahead.
your school?
I'm sorry,
That's your
Eileen.
school, right?
Lee,
That's
you
your
didn't have a
school.
problem getting rid of an AP position at an elementary school that is the
That was a
size
gotcha.
of a middle school. It is the size of a middle school with young children that have possible
Along
challenges
with,
after
along
the
with
pandemic.
Eileen,
You
along with
got rid of
Mark,
an
along
assistant
with
principal
Mylan
position.
and Lee.
Remember
4
that.
people. Not Lee, 4 people. It was 4 people that decided that.
Well, you were one of them.
wanted to
You were
get
one
rid
of them, not me.
You wanted
You
to
were one of
span the high school. You wanted to span the whole high school, but you wanted to keep your school intact.
That's not, and that is not true.
not her
Let me tell you what
school.
the difference is. Let me tell you what the difference is.
She had her
Elementary
opinion.
ed
We had a
children
different opinion.
Need
Lee, that's it.
more help
500 students in your
in
school.
that. Me
There's
and Eileen
2,000
said
at
we
the
would
high school.
prefer to bring in somebody as a disciplinary, and we would like to bring in somebody for YFS and another psychologist. We want to bring extra mental health to the high school. We want to bring a
I didn't see
disciplinary
that added
to
onto the
high school.
budget.
That's
didn't
what we
see
want to
that.
bring in.
I didn't
You
see
just-
We're
that.
doing the
added
budget
onto the
discussion
budget.
tonight. We're doing
I
the
didn't
budget
see
discussion
any of
tonight.
that added onto
Here's
the
what I
budget.
saw. I saw a list of 40 teachers that I didn't even know about go out to the teachers to be cut.
That's right. And,
Because we
and
had
that was
no
March
money.
10th.
We had to cut.
On
We
March
had to make
10th.
That
deep
was
cuts.
a discussion
40
item.
teachers
There was no
plus-
cuts.
Wait,
Wait, you want to know
plus we had to-
something? Wait, I want to just say
across all
something.
boards,
Baloney.
clerical,
You're just trying to play to
custodial.
the union.
That
No,
list
Lee,
was
here's
huge
the-
for
here's
all
the
the
crazy thing.
people that
We
make
had
it.
no money. We had no money.
Right.
We were in a
No money.
fiscal crisis.
So we got to cut
Now all of
40
a sudden,
teachers.
there's abolishments. All of a
Now we
sudden,
don't have
there's
to cut 40 teachers,
abolishments,
right?
and money's falling out of the sky. Money's
It is.
falling
It's
out
just
of the
it's
sky.
magically appearing.
All of a sudden. But there's no corruption. There's no corruption in this district. Please give me a break.
Okay, can we move on now?
Okay, so we're moving on to the 2020-2021 budget discussion. Bridget, are you on to have that discussion?
Yes, I am.
Proceed.
Mylene, why don't you just call us in order, because I'm sure we all have some questions.
Okay. We'll let her present, and then I will start with you, Eileen, and we'll work our way down after she presents.
You might want me to go
So-
last.
Let's start with most recent and then we will go backwards. So with the energy performance contract on the very last page of the line by line in the 9,000 series, the reason why we are taking off the 1.8 is because SED and the way that it works with being provided, sending all the information up to the state for SED approval, is that you cannot get any approval for financial borrowing until you have that approval from the state. So our financial advisors, Munistat, we have been on the phone with them for weeks and weeks. We've been on the phone with our architect. We've been on the phone with John Allen, working as a cabinet to see, with everything transpiring in the new norm, as Governor Cuomo loves to say, and all the construction projects that have been delayed because of coronavirus, that there will be no approval until at least October. So if it's until October that we can have approval from SED, it will be until at least October that we can get approved for borrowing through Munistat and through Hawkins Bellafield, the legal counsel for that borrowing. It is a year from the time that you borrow that your payments come due. So payments would not hit in the 2021 school year, which is why they have been removed. The 1.8 has been removed from EPC because it will not hit in the 2021 school year. So money isn't falling out of the sky. You have all hit it on the head that coronavirus has changed all aspects of life. And this is one of those many things. So in being fiscally prudent and truly going line by line over and over again to find more and more money, because as you know, from any time between April 1st to March 31st, 2021, the Director of Budget under Cuomo's guidance can make assessments and adjustments depending on how much revenue the state receives. So the state does not receive 100% of their revenue source. School districts cannot receive 100% of state aid. So if we go all the way back to February, when I had given a presentation, that February number was from the February 15th data update. So that state aid run number that the state gave to us after all the deeper work that we went into to make sure we're receiving 100% aid and would receive as much as humanly possible without any of these pandemic situations going on, the number that the state gave to us was 55 million. So that number was already lower by 600,000 from 1920, because the 1920 state aid number was $56 million.
Okay, can you
So
educate
going
me?
forward from,
Bridget,
go ahead.
so what are the savings so
Yep.
far this year now that we
I
can
thought
take
we were
off?
letting Bridget do her presentation and then we were going to go in order.
Well, she is, but I'm asking her to make it,
Right, you're
So I
going out
can
of order. You're just
understand.
going to jump in.
what exactly are you taking off the budget right now as you speak? $600,000?
No. I will proceed.
Lee, let her finish, write down your questions, and then when your turn,
Okay.
we'll do it that way.
So since Governor Cuomo, April 1st, had come out with the revised budget because of the pandemic and everything else going on, the pandemic adjustment amount had backed out with federal situations and monies being dumped into there, that we would no longer receive at least the 56 million that we received in 1920, and instead we would be receiving 55. So that is the difference of 600,000 right there. However, he noted, and the rumor has been that we could see cuts in state aid, not only in 2021, but also from the remainder of the 1920 school year because of the assessment periods through the Director of Budget and the revenues that the state receives to determine how much school districts can receive in state aid. So those 4 assessment periods are April 1st, May 1st, December, and March of 2021. So waiting until May 15th, which is the next time the school districts will see the revenue that we can anticipate, the rumor currently is that we could see reductions anywhere from 5% to 20%. A 20% reduction would be $11 million backed out of that $55 million one revenue source. So if you back out that, in an email that I had sent the other day, I had given the 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20% reductions, what it would look like as a whole. So if we went with 20% reduction to state aid, that would back out the $199 million revenue number that we have, because as you know, both the revenue side of the budget and the expenditure side of the budget have to balance by law. Backing out $11 million from that would be roughly $188 million. So if you went backwards to the 18-19 school year, the adopted budget was $192,000. If we saw a 20% reduction in aid for 2021, we would be going backwards to 17-18 and prior to that. So that is the gravity of the situation.
The biggest issue with what Bridget is presenting right now is we won't have that number until next Friday. The governor has a meeting in order to give us budget numbers, and he has said that the budget run will come out on May 15th. The New York State School Superintendents Association believes that that number will come in more in the 10% range of cuts, which would be $5.5 million. But we're all guessing at this point what the revenue side will actually look like. What Bridget began the discussion with was a bad thing happening and potentially yielding a good result. Unfortunately, because of COVID and the New York State pause that we're under, there are going to be multiple projects that cannot be accomplished this summer because it was non-essential work to get some of the quotes and the folks from construction in to look at some of our projects. So this summer, it was supposed to be the HVAC upgrade at Sycamore, and that has now been put on the back burner. We also, as at this point, do not still have state aid approval for OBMS and RMS's LGI, although thankfully the approval for the high school library has come through. So the energy performance contract, which was the original figure that Bridget was backing out, was another thing that was put on a delay because of New York pause. And once Bridget had spoken to Munistat at the delay, they said to us that that line, that expense which was put on the books for next year, will no longer need to be on the books for next year. So that's good news coming in a time of kind of bad news.
So what are these numbers?
Hey, wait. Did Bridget finish her presentation?
No, I'm almost there. So in my updates that I had sent an update on April 10th. That update, April 10th, had provided some adjustments that were made to the budget with an updated line by line, another explanation about the director of budget and the governor, and any shifts that would happen in between now and next year. For the remainder of 1920, we are still owed $12 million in state aid. So it's not just 2021 that we have to worry about. We have to also worry about closing out 1920. So if the state does not receive 100% in revenues and they have to start to back out by taking out state aid to school districts, we're going to see even less in 1920. So that's even before we begin 2021. So my memos to the board have explained that any cuts that we make now will put us in a better situation come May 15th, depending on what the Director of Budget and Governor Cuomo have to say, and the 3 other assessment periods between now and next March of 2021. So the more adjustments we can make now, the more that me and my team can go line by line. And although it may seem that money is falling out of the sky, it's only as good as the information that Governor Cuomo gives us. So on Friday was the first day that school districts learned throughout the state of New York that school was canceled for the remainder of the year. So, Cuomo gave that information at 12 p.m. and 4 hours later, after devastating teachers and principals and schools alike, he told us that the budget vote would be on June 9th. The only guidance he gave school districts is that the budget vote would be by absentee ballot. He provided no further guidance or information, no dates that items would be due. And we've been left to scramble as a team altogether, leaning on other school districts, because we've never seen this before in our lifetime, to make sure that we're abiding and adhering to laws, that we're adhering to purchasing guidelines, that we are adhering to interpretations set by interpretations that Curcio provides the school district as far as the timeline to make it to the June 9th budget vote date. So we have to send out now 30,000 absentee ballots, whereas traditionally the Connecticut School District only sees about 1,800 voters historically. So now we have to spend roughly $100,000 to send out 30,000 ballots, because you have to also pay for the postage to and from, which is roughly $30,000, on top of 3 envelopes, an envelope to go to a home, another envelope to hold the ballot inside, and another envelope for that ballot to be sent back to the school district to count on the budget vote day. So there are a lot of working parts and information is changing daily. I'm sure you all see Governor Cuomo. He's on the news every single day at roughly 11:45 in the morning, giving updates, and maybe every 3 days he'll provide a little bit more about what it might look like for schools. And that's all I have.
So, Eileen, do you want to start first?
No, I'll go last. Lee can go first.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
Lee.
okay, Eileen. I'd like to hear what you have to say. You put enough pressure on me for the night. Go ahead.
I put pressure on you. Let the other board members go first, because I'm sure they have less questions than I have. I have a lot of questions.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
You want me to go?
Go ahead, Jackie.
All right, let's start with the elephant in the room. Arming guards. So when we put arming guards on, this question is actually going to be for Linda to explain to the community. We had said it was $500,000, which is not actually true. It was actually came in at 300 and change, almost 400, but we cushioned the number in case there was extra added expenses for additional things. So we, as the Board of Ed, did that. Nobody else, we and the administration with them. When we went to go cut this budget and make it less, because there was too many things. We were 3 million over. We didn't have enough. All of a sudden, $400,000 showed up a day after we abolished positions. So positions were abolished and 400,000 was found. Don't get me wrong. I think you guys did a great job. Mylene, you absolutely, she absolutely finds, you find a bunch line by line. You absolutely do. But here's the thing that I don't understand. Now, here we are. How much do armed guards actually cost, Linda? That's the question I'd like you to answer for the community. How much this year would arming guards cost? Go ahead.
So to have an armed guard, the way that we asked to staff at every building and two at the high school was approximately $380,000. Why, when we originally made the original proposal to put $500,000 in the budget, was because overtime on that contract is actually time and a half and double time if we were looking for a Sunday, time and a half if we were looking for nights, and time and a half if we were looking for Saturdays. And the board wanted to leave the opportunity open that if we wanted to have armed guards at events at the school that were not during the school day, that $120,000 would be the cushion for us to allow us to do that kind of assigning of staff.
Okay, here's the other thing. Here's my other question. What is it actually going to cost this year after money was found? Money's found in the budget, found in spots. We didn't utilize all money from last year. Can you give us a roundabout number?
I don't understand the question, Jackie. So things that are not being expensed now because we're closed? Is that the question?
Well, no. I want you to tell them how much would the actual line budget be?
In order to just cover the school days, about $380,000. If you wanted to leave some money in there, but I don't believe we actually came to a conclusion from Mr. Flynn's presentation as to exactly how we wanted to staff this.
His presentation sounded like it's a lot less than we're discussing right now. Am I wrong? I'm just questioning. Am I wrong? We all heard the same presentation. I'm just asking.
So there's a differential. So, and this was something that we discussed. We discussed it with the committee. We had the PowerPoint put up with all of the different scenarios. And the differential is the difference between having a regular guard and an armed guard. That differential is about $23 an hour. So it really depends on how many armed guards we're looking to put in place. I see I see Mr. Flynn's presentation. I don't see the original presentation with the 11 armed guards and the difference if we were doing 10. I see his presentation saying that if we did only 10, it would be a difference of $334,000. We originally asked for 11. That was about $380,000, but it leaves absolutely no room for any other events that are not during school hours.
Well, we're not even sure what events are going to be allowed. Right now, we have no idea when Governor Cuomo is going to open up the state and allow anything. Nor less if we're going to have, I only can hope and pray that we have sports for the kids and clubs going forward, but we don't have any idea what September looks like right now.
That's correct.
Okay, but what I heard in that presentation was there's money there is money that can be used towards that.
Toward offsetting this cost?
Yes, from the line itself.
So what Mr. Flynn spoke with Mrs. Villarreal about was some of the equipment that didn't get purchased this year and instead using that money for equipment for next year. It would be a transfer to do it from a supply code into a code to pay for people, to a personnel or a budget code. So is there offset? If the board wants to utilize fund balance to offset this budget, you can't just take that money from this year and use it next year without the board putting that on the budget that way.
I understand. I'm just saying, I just wanted to clarify because there has been a lot of rumors of how much things cost. And instead of it being rumored, I wanted the truth to be put out there. And the truth that there is money in the budget, that we actually are in a surplus now, not a deficit. And that we're in a surplus, not a deficit. And that this is something that all of a sudden, and I get that money came out from the new executive order, but I'm just saying the way that we've seen every day, more money found. That was my big question.
So that was done in public, Jackie. When we originally did the presentation, I'm going to say that was what, January or February? I think it was January. When we originally did the presentation in January, those numbers were very public. That it was about $380,000 to arm guards across the district. We did make that deliberate choice. The board and administration made the deliberate choice to give us some leeway in order to staff those events. Of course, that's before the COVID crisis hit. So yeah, I think everything's being looked at as everybody's looking at. And when things change, like the energy performance contract and the timing, that helps us decrease the budget. That's really just part of the budgeting process.
Absolutely. Like I said, the reason that I will always be for safety and security of our kids and the mental health aspect to go along with it is, let's just look at the pandemic, for instance. The pandemic, it occurred. Impulse shoppers go out, they buy all these items. One of the number one items that was bought, everyone thinks it was just toilet paper. It wasn't. The number one item on Long Island that they couldn't even find outside of toilet paper was guns and ammo. You can't even buy it on Long Island right now. These same guns and ammos are bought by people who were never trained tactically to own them, never trained to secure them, never trained to safeguard them. Now these are in the homes of a lot of our students. Okay? Not to say anything would ever be done intentionally, but even the most tactical of us have had it where if your firearm or if your weapon is not safeguarded, what becomes the issue? Well, the issue becomes that September, October could be very scary for schools. Could be very, very scary. Somebody should pull the FBI stats right now and start reading of 1920 versus the year before. That's what I have to say. Next one, you guys are up.
Mark, do you have any questions? Mark, you
Mark?
have any?
I'm sorry, I said I'm good. I guess it's on mute. I took it off.
Okay.
Can I ask,
Right.
I'll go.
Edley,
Linda, can you tell us all the money that we're supposed to be saving right now? How much money are we saving? In detail. First of all, this 38, before I say that, this $3,800, I was listening to this conversation when you did, talking about the high school, and they have the different things that go on there and football games and things like that you were talking about having armed guards there. And that is why the extra 1,200 went into the budget, into your decision making, into the board's majority's decision making on to add a total of 500,000. But I would like to know
I just want to step
from
on.
you.
Wait, I want
would
to just excuse me for 1 minute. I just want to say, I understand what you're saying about the 120. There's no discussion that I didn't know it was in there. The discussion is just that nobody put it in there but us, the Board of Ed and administration, as a cushion. But the real number to the public, that we shouldn't be saying $1 million. It's not. Let's just give them the real numbers.
Real number is 500,000. Am I wrong? Or 550,000? I don't know.
You're wrong, Lee.
But 500,000 still
3,800
exists in the budget right now.
What?
500,000 still exists in the budget right now. If you want to cut the potential of having them at extra events, we could cut that now, but that right now it is 500,000 existing in the budget.
But I was under that impression. Anyway, my question is, Linda, can you go over the things that we are saving money on? And just detail and then tell us how much?
So I don't think I can actually tell you how much.
Or approximately.
So we're looking, one of the biggest expenses that we're not expending right now is substitutes. When we have classes that go on events, when we have teachers that are absent for illness and other reasons, when we have professional development, we supply quite a few subs every day. So
Can I stop you right there for a second? This money that you're talking about, can it be utilized next year? Or does it have to go into a fund? This particular money you're talking about.
So the board can make a decision, and that's why I sent home the PowerPoint from February 25th. So if you look at the PowerPoint from February 25th, the board can make a decision as part of revenue to take any surplus funds from this year, and rather than refunding some of the revenue sources of our, I'm sorry, let me find the page. So our fund balance, instead of refunding our reserves, we can add that money as undesignated or an appropriate fund balance that is surplus monies from this year into next year's budget. That would be part of.
Give me the examples of which codes you can do that on, if not all codes. I mean, can we do it with toilet paper? Or is it just certain codes you can do it with?
It depends on the funding source, on the code, which is what I explained in the document that we shared. If it's coming from federal grants and the like, there are some ways to roll those monies over and carry them over. But the majority of our funds come from taxpayer money. So if those funds are not expensed in the school year, they become fund balance, they become surplus. Generally, what the board has done is replaced the money that we've taken out of reserves in the last year's budget. So that way we would keep our budget steady. But the board can certainly appropriate fund balance in order to decrease the taxpayer, in order to increase our revenue. And that can come from all codes that are general fund codes.
I have mine all written down.
Can you now go over the money that we would be saving, that we can reduce our budget line, or we can reduce our budget by X? Can you go over those? And just
So
tell us
Bridget-
what they are?
That's when we close the books that we get that really locked down tight. I don't know if Bridget can even give us a ballpark, because that would be something, I think it would be a real ballpark at this point.
Send us
We
something.
can't even determine that yet because we don't know what the first assessment is going to look like from the governor's office.
Didn't you
Now
send us
it's too
some
soon
savings
to
though?
even determine that.
But didn't you send us some savings on certain
Yes,
lines?
some potential savings that we foresee, of course, but to give you a dollar amount right now is just a little bit ahead of the game.
And one of the real reasons what Bridget just said is when the governor gives us a line by line budget on May 15th, he could be pulling money out of this year's state aid, out of the current operational year. So some of these savings that we're seeing by not buying as much paper, by not renting out our graduation chairs, by not having substitutes in the district, all other salaries district-wide are being paid. And the largest majority of any district's expenditures are salary, and all of our salaries are being paid, including part-timers, and the board did a resolution in order for us to enact the CARES Act and get monies back from the federal government, that everybody stayed on payroll. So the largest majority of our costs are payroll costs, and they're still in place. There are some other places like substitutes, like some purchases, like paper, like the graduation setup that we rent. They're smaller costs that we are not needing to expense because the kids aren't in the buildings. Unfortunately, those may be taken up by the governor taking away some of our state aid for this year on May 15th. After we see whether or not he has cut all the districts on May 15th, we might be able to give you a little bit more information as to what we can look to appropriate into next year's balance, into next year's budget. To date, we have suggested as an administrative team that we appropriate $3.6 million of fund balance. We also, it's again in that presentation that it doesn't have pages numbered, but it is, I sent it home in your packet. It's after historical tax levy information. The next slide shows the revenue sources. This is also on our district-wide page. If there are folks at home who are watching this under budget and voting information. This presentation is February 25th, 2020, where we show how we are taking money out of our reserves, which is basically our savings accounts, in order to keep the budget for next year under the cap.
Can I just ask you something? What is the actual reserve number then we are gonna have in there today? Not today, for the budget this year?
So,
What are we looking to keep in the reserve for this year after the budget? After we go for the budget, what is gonna be the reserve for this year?
so what is left over for surplus, Jackie? Is that what you're asking?
Yes,
That's what we were just explaining, that we can't give you a number yet because we're not sure what state aid is going to come in and if it's going to pull out of the savings that we're actually seeing by not having kids in the district. So next Friday, we may be able to dial that in a little closer for you so that we can kind of take a look at what we would normally have expensed by now that we're not because of the kids not being in the buildings, and whether or not state aid has been diminished this year.
Linda, since you're on that topic, I'm going to jump in because that's one of my questions. Last year we had over $5 million, right? Left over? The year before?
Yes.
The year before, right before I got on the board, it was like $9.5 million, and that board voted to put it in reserves, correct?
Some of it,
Remember
some
we
of it
put
went
that-
to pay off debt.
Zero
Part
budget
of that,
here.
it was like $9.5 million, right, that we funded a reserve. I mean,
Well,
every year we fund a reserve. Every year we fund reserves with the surplus. There's always been a surplus at the end of every year. Sometimes it's 5 million. That's why when you first started, we were at the 15%, and now we're down to 4.1. That was always one of my biggest things, correct?
that there was, that we, well, generally what you try to do, and maybe Bridget can explain it better than me, is.
No, I understand what we try to do, but now in these times with all this money that's always left over every single year, we need to not fund reserves, and because we always have money unexpensed.
But we've used the reserve to balance the budget. So what you want to do is replenish that, because if you don't replenish that, you won't be able to use the reserve the next year, and you'll have a deeper deficit to overcome.
It just
When was the
seems
last
like
time we used money out of reserves, Linda?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Eileen.
When was the last time we used money out of reserves?
We use it every year.
How much money have we used out of reserves this year?
This year, we haven't used any money out of the reserves.
Okay, what did we use last year out of the reserves?
Out of the reserves last year,
My phone is dying. I gotta swap it out.
2.19 for ERS. We used 500K for employee benefits.
For ERS and employee benefits out of the reserves? We had to pay that out?
About 5 million in reserves.
We spent that out of the reserves to fund those balances because we didn't put enough in the budget for those?
No. So you authorize by June, before you close out the budget, to apply some of the reserve into the coming year's budget. So the revenue slide that you see typically from January until the budget is adopted, that is so that you can balance the revenue side to your expenditure side.
I'm sorry, Bridget, can you say that one more time?
So you're trying to balance your revenue budget to your expenditure budget. So you utilize reserves. So when you close out your 18-19, you're utilizing some of those reserves to fund for 19-20. So the board will see those transfers by close June 30 of that year. There has to be a resolution by the board in order to do so. And you typically do that just before you close the books.
Right. But again, you're talking about the transfers now. So I'll go back to my original question from there on your first meeting. Maybe you might have forgotten. I did ask for a transfer list, and I just brought that up again in an email.
I did not forget. You actually did bring it up again in February, and I apologize. I haven't gotten that to you.
That's okay. I just wanted to remind you. So that's the other thing that we were talking about is transfers. I can't get a good picture without that list. So I'd really appreciate to have that before we have to vote on this budget. So I'm glad you brought that up. I'll take that off my list too. But again, my question is that every year for at least the past 5 or 6 years, there has always been a surplus that has funded reserves. There has always been a surplus, and it varies from in the millions. Correct?
Right. Yes. So for 18-19, we funded $7.2 million to the reserves.
Right. And the year before that was a big $9.5 million, and then last year it was like $5 million, I think. I'm not really sure.
Correct.
Okay. So this year, what do you have in the reserve funds? And I'm sorry, I kind of cut off, but you guys were on this topic, so I wanted to jump in. How much do you have in the budget for the reserve funds?
So the balance of the reserves is still that 7.2 number. So since we funded those reserves, we haven't done anything with them, and we won't do anything until you guys see another resolution either later this month or in June. And that's really depending on how we're looking towards year end and what our auditors will and will not allow, because obviously we're subject to internal, external, and also OSC.
So when we vote on the budget, that reserve money is, not that reserve money, I'm sorry, the unexpensed money that's at the end of this year, which again, we won't know right away, that money is not part of the next year's budget.
So the appropriated balance, the appropriated fund balance on that revenue slide is 3.6 to fund the 2021 budget. For 1920, it was 3.1. So my point in my email to you, I believe it was sometime last week, but days are just blending together because
there's 135 emails in the last 2 weeks. So Yeah,
Yes.
I know, Bridget.
But you need to keep appropriating the same amount year over year. And if you don't, so let's say an example that I gave the other day was 1 million. Let's say we have a surplus and we can put, instead of the 3.1 or 3.6, we can put 4.6. It's not sustainable because you need to then keep the 4.6 going forward every single year after. So in the 2008 financial crisis, that's what districts were doing. They were pumping in as much appropriated fund balance as they possibly could to make up for that shortfall, but they're still trying to get out of that habit today. So before anything even happens
But at this point, so what they did was then they started funding reserves so that they didn't have to have that full amount for the following years. I get that part.
Yes. The other
my
problem
point
with
is this,
reserves is that you're really.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
The other problem with reserves is that you're really limited in what you can do. And that was my final really big explanation. And that's also in the 40-page document, which, you know, as you know, that took a lot of time, and it wasn't something that I could delegate out because my emails are my personal emails from the board.
Yes.
So,
but we could vote as a board to not take that excess money and not fund reserves.
That's correct, but then you're also extremely limited in what you can do. So I would highly advise against putting it into appropriated fund balance because, as I explained, if you wanted to pump in an additional $1 million on top of that 3.6, we'd have to sustain that going forward. And then not knowing what's going to happen with the Director of Budget and Governor Cuomo with state aid, it's not sustainable because we wouldn't be able to continue to fund that if we do see a 10% reduction in aid. That will significantly impact
What
our
happens
revenue.
if you can't fund it?
If you can't fund it, you have to try to, you can override the tax cap because obviously there would be nothing that would be able to do with state aid. You can adjust your reserve. But so for example, unemployment reserve is limited to the expense that you have in the prior year. So for 18-19, it's only $55,000. So we cannot continue to fund that until we expend more than that. Then it would be by board resolution to the board to say, yes, we can appropriately fund it above the 55, depending on the true expenditure that we have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I don't know if everybody got that, but yes, I got it. But it is doable. There's a lot to do to make it work, but it is doable if we needed that excess unexpensed funds. It's not the best answer, but it's money that we have.
Right. So the other thing that you've seen previously is with your unassigned fund balance. So as you said before, unassigned fund balance is the law is 4%. We're over that right now, so that's something that we have to transfer before we close out the year, June 30th, 2020.
Right. And where are we bringing that down to now that you brought that one up? See, you're asking all my questions now. I'm sorry, whoever's turn it was, I'm sorry that I jumped in, but.
So it's about $200,000 that we're over that 4%.
So you want to get it at exactly the 4%, not lower than that? Because a lot of districts keep it between 3 and 3.5, and we're at the limit at 4.
Right. There are school districts that keep it at about 3. Where I came from, it was 3 on the dot, but that's subject to what the board, you know, as a whole, what they would like that to look like.
Okay, so then here's my question to you then, and you might not know the answer right now, but if you can get it to us, that would be great. If we went down to 3, what would that net us? And if we went to 3.5, what would that net us instead of the 4? Okay. All right. I'll give somebody else their turn back, and then I'll go back to my questions later.
Lee, were you done with your questions?
Oh, it was Lee. I jumped in. And sorry. Thank you, Lee, for letting me do that. I appreciate it.
The 3 and 3.5, say you reduce it to that, what would be our liability?
I don't think there is a liability, but that's Bridget.
I'm just curious.
That's the law. I mean, the law is under 4%. So you could, as a board, we could do it however we want. I think being at 4% is cutting it close because typically this is the first time that we followed the law. Before that, it was at 15% at one point.
It was under Dr. Groveman. He likes to save money.
Well, that was illegal. Not illegal, but, well, yeah, illegal.
Right, and it's getting harder and harder to do the more that we see state aid decrease.
Right.
So, Bridget, where do you
Go
think,
ahead.
Bridget,
sorry.
where do you think we'll be at? Do you like the 4% or would you think it's better at 3?
I really need to see what happens May 15th.
Okay.
That's why I asked it for the numbers, Mark, because you can't really know that yet. So that's why I want to see what our numbers would be at the 3, at the 3.5, and where we are at the 4.
So what reserves must you fund?
There's no must, I don't think. That's a board decision.
Well, I'm asking about the, I just want to see what Bridget, is there any that we
Oh.
must fund, Bridget?
Yes. So a lot of them are going into the 40-page document. Hold on one second. A lot of them are based on liability and expenditure. So, for example, workers' compensation. Let me turn to that page in the financials. You okay over there?
Yeah,
I think
thank
that
you.
sounded like Lee.
That was me.
Bless you, Lee.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you happen to have the financials or would like to look at them another day, they're on the website. If you go to page 16, you can see our liabilities. It is both our long and short-term liabilities. So it's our liabilities within 1 year and thereafter. So 2 examples at once. So one line is the compensated absence payable. That is our employee benefit liability. That is 13.1 million. So you have to make sure, depending on that liability for the full duration, that you have enough in your reserve that you can pay that out. So let's say there's an influx of teachers that teachers that retire at the same time. We have to, depending on the contract language, pay out their vacation time, pay out their sick time, anything else that's due to them on the day that they retire. So another document, I'm not sure if I had put it into the 40-page document because it's still a working document, but I had given the example of the reserves and the percentage that they're funded. So both workers' compensation and the employee liability reserve are both fully funded to be able to cover that full liability because that's what the district is responsible for. Now for ERS and for TRS, it depends on the entire salary total for every teacher, or every total salary line for every person a part of ERS, and it's a percentage that you must put in to be able to cover that year after year.
So is it 2 reserves that we must, it sounds like you're saying there's 2 reserves?
No, workers' compensation, you have to cover that for the full liability.
Right.
Unemployment insurance, you need that, which especially in not knowing what's going to happen May 15th and thereafter through the 4 assessment periods through next year.
Okay,
It's possible if we do. Go ahead.
So let's So let's go to the unemployment. That's $600. Are we responsible for that $600?
What do you mean?
I don't know when how long that incentive will be, but those that are those that are collecting unemployment, there's an additional $600. Is that our
That they
responsibility?
get it from the federal government, Mylin? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, do we lay it out first and then we get
No.
refunded back? Like, how does that work?
So that's
We don't
something that
lay out
they're still
anything.
going, that's something that they're still going back and forth with at the state level and federal level. So the Department of Labor confirmed that the federal/state will cover about 50% of the cost of unemployment benefits for those filing between March and December of this year. And then after that, the state will come back to us and take off 50% of our quarterly payment. So in that coming July, we should see a full reduction of that in our bill. But it's really depending on what happens with COVID-19 going forward. So it's something that's
I think what
very
people are
fluid.
confused about,
and-
Bridget, is that the unemployment insurance and how that works.
Okay. It's a bear, and it's changing so much right now because of everything that's going on. So, yes, you have to absolutely book an expenditure on the expenditure side, but you also have to be, cognizant of the revenue that you have coming in. But it's hard to say the revenue that would come in because we also can't really anticipate or know at what point somebody would get a job. Will we have to pay out for 2 months? Is it something that they'll get a job right away, or will it be for the full 39 plus weeks, depending on how that changes?
I don't think I explained myself to you, and my link can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what people thought is that if somebody's out on unemployment, that our school district cuts them a check. That's not true.
No.
Even if they get the $600 from the federal and say they get $300 from state unemployment, we don't cut a check even to state for the whole $300. We pay a percentage to the insurance company.
Yes.
Right. So that's what people weren't understanding, that it's a percentage that everybody in the world pays. Any business that's self-insured, you pay a percentage to your workers' comp insurance, and not workers' comp, your unemployment insurance. It's taken out of everybody's taxes, and that's how it works. It's not, we don't give somebody a check for $300 because they're out of work. We don't do that. That's what the state does.
Correct.
Right. And we only pay a portion of that.
But Bridget, I thought we were self-insured and we do not have insurance. That was my understanding, and I may be wrong, but I thought we were self-insured and didn't have insurance because we are an organization that typically has low turnover. So rather than paying the insurance cost when there was not someone who needed to collect years and years ago before I got here, we went to be self-insured. So I believe that may be slightly different, that we don't pay a percentage because we're not insured. We actually pay what we owe to the state.
I'm pretty sure we have a workers' comp insurance company.
It's not workers' comp.
Not workers' comp. Unemployment. Sorry, unemployment insurance.
I don't believe that's true. I believe we're self-insured.
It goes to the state, though, Linda.
It does go to the state, and the state bills
and
us. but
people
they don't
pay it
bill
out of
the
their paycheck.
insurance company.
It's a
They don't
payroll
bill
tax deduction.
But I believe we're self-insured. We need to.
Yes,
look.
so was I, Linda, when I had my own business. It's a payroll deduction, and it's a percentage.
And the only true uncertainty is the state portion.
We get a bill from the state. We have to pay that based on how many people are unemployed.
Correct.
Yes, and the only uncertainty is.
That's the entire world does that, yes.
Yes, the only uncertainty is the percentage that they're going to take off on our quarterly payment.
Correct.
That is the only uncertainty
Right, and that is based on how many people are unemployed.
Correct.
Okay. So it's not the full $900, which I think, Linda, was the confusion on the whole John Pearl discussion. People thought that we were giving them the check for $600 from the federal and $300 or whatever it was that they were getting from unemployment for their state, which is not the case. We don't cut that check.
Because at that moment, we weren't sure how the funding source was going to do for the federal.
Right, but even so, we still don't know that. But still, even the $300 is not a check from us. it's payroll taxes, it's funded by payroll taxes and a percentage based on how many people are unemployed. I mean, I'm sure we're a school district. I'm sure ours is not low, our rate, but it's never 100%.
But I don't believe we're insured. I believe we're self-insured because it would be high because we're a large employer, and we have typically low turnover. So I believe years ago there was some discussion.
I think you should look into that. I don't think that's true anymore. I don't think they do that. It's again because it's payroll taxes. But I'm sure you can find that out. But I'd like that answer too. That would be a good answer to know.
Yep.
And Mylene, now I just jumped in on your question too. So back at you.
Well, so I just want to understand this. So Bridget, we have to fund one of the reserves, two of the reserves. I just want to get, I just want to get that clear in my head.
You have to fund, you don't have to fund the reserves. I will send out a more detailed explanation. This way you can have it and then you can look at it side by side with the financials. And I think that will be really, really helpful to be able to see it side by side with those financials.
So Marlon, I think your question is, if we don't have the money, do we have to save? And the truth is you can't mandate the state can't mandate that the district puts money into a savings account. And reserves are savings accounts for very specific purposes. So what the auditors do is they say, okay, if you can fund the workers' comp reserve, this is what you should fund it to because this could potentially be your liability. And if you need to dip in for someone who's been hurt on the job, that's where that needs to be. But if you don't have money, you don't fund your reserves. So if there's no surplus coming out at the end of a budget, then you can't refund your reserves. And no one can force you to do that.
Okay. So then my next question is, with the New York State employee health insurance, do we normally go out for bid to see if we are getting competitive pricing?
Yes, so we are part of NISHIP. So that's the insurance that allows that to happen exactly that way. They go out and do that for us.
Okay, and I'm assuming that will go for the dental and eye vision and stuff like that.
Actually, Sharon last year went out and looked at all those policies again, Sharon and Bob. And we actually did save some money on the dental and got a better plan.
But with the health insurance, we're locked into whatever NICE tells us?
No. Some districts do self-insured plans. It's a large bid process, and we would have to look at the CBAs because I truly believe that our CBA, especially for our teachers, does say NISHIP. And if we were going to try to change that, I think that would be something that would need to be negotiated. But it's a very large process to try to move away from NISHIP. And most districts who do it go self-insured and they don't wind up doing well a few years in.
Okay. No, I'm not saying to do. I was just thinking of different. I just want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence and it's getting competitive pricing and that we're not paying top of the dollar there.
No, it's a good question.
So with the 1.8 with the that we can sort of use, but then we go back to we don't know what the governor is going to give us in state aid. So how much reserves or cushion should be in the budget? And how much do we have now?
So planned contingency in the budget right now is about 3.5 million, which is $1.75 for every $100 that we're expensing.
Right. So if we would add the 1.8 and then plus I found some monies too. I think Bridget was able to utilize maybe one or two. I think most of them we couldn't touch. So we took the 3.5 and we're adding 1.8 and I guess a couple of the dollars I was able to find, but we still should really be at the 3.5 million. Am I understanding that correctly?
If we were not to add anything back into the budget right now with that 1.8. We were still at about 400,000 in Mile, and I don't have exactly the amount of change because there were some of those ones that you asked about that we couldn't do. So let's say, can you give me a ballpark of what we finally said would work?
Well, no, we were in around the $400,000 to close the gap.
That was right.
Okay,
Right.
so take off the $400,000 off the 1.8. We still
Right.
have 1.4. Do we, so does that 1.4 had to be expensed? Or is it going to be used in addition to the 3.5?
So at this moment, if there's no expenses put back into the budget, we would have 4.9 in
Right.
planned contingency, which
Right.
is $2.45 for every $100 that we've got as an expense.
No, I understand that. But what is the recommended amount to have as a contingency, as that cushion? Is it generally, it should be around 3.5, generally around that amount?
Typically, school districts will do about 2% on the expenditure side and 2% on the revenue side.
Okay.
So this year is a very strange year, though, because we are looking at the potential for more decreases over time. So normally when you get a budget from the state, you can rely on that revenue coming in. With this continuing pandemic that we're dealing with, the revenue is not reliable. We've already seen one decrease in the state aid run. Fortunately for us, we were lower. That's a fortunate thing, unbelievable, that's a fortunate thing. But we were fortunate enough that we were not cut more in that second budget run. Many districts, Governor Cuomo rolled back the funding to the 1920 school year level. Our funding this year was $600,000 less than the 1920 school year level. So we were already looking at a tighter budget than most districts. So most districts went back after that second budget run, after COVID began, and had to begin cutting and slashing their budgets. Now we're waiting for May 15th to see if the budget run goes even lower. However, that may not be the last time that they cut. So there are multiple more times over the course of the year, such as August and January, where if the governor does not receive 99% of the revenues that are projected, he has the right and the authority to decrease state aid, not just to schools, to hospitals, to all the different things that to towns. But he has the right if he does not receive 99% of the projected revenues. And the longer we take to economically reopen, and unfortunately, Suffolk County has had increased hospitalizations over the last few days. So that 14-day opening where everything needs to get lower and lower over the 14 days, we're going to start new. So we're looking at the unknown. It really actually looks very similar to what happened in 1990 when Mario Cuomo was the governor. And in 1990, in January, he cut state aid in the middle of the school year without any notice. This year, at least, we have some notice. So we have to be cognizant that, $5 million, $4.9 million may not be enough contingency if we start to get some very drastic cuts. That's a 10% decrease in state aid. That's not even a 10% decrease in state aid.
That's what I thought. My
Madeline, can I
question-
jump on that question
Sure.
still? I want just to clarify something. Linda, you're saying that contingency may not be enough, right, because of the decrease? So at that point, we would want to keep that money not in a reserve fund, but out where we could allocate it to use because we're going to be cut from the governor so much.
Well,
Possibly.
yes. But what I'm
Okay.
speaking about is the 2021 budget and the contingency that's in the lines that are there right now.
Okay. No, I understand that. I'm just saying that's why I asked Bridget earlier for those numbers, because if we can get that down a little bit and still be lawful, and then keep that money in the budget. It'll help us if Cuomo cuts us.
Well, you would appropriate that into the revenue
Right.
side of the budget. So we're talking apples and oranges right now, I think, Eileen. I mean, and maybe you're seeing it. I'm not sure everybody's seeing it that way. So what
I'm
you're
seeing it as
saying is-
unexpensed money that we would normally throw in a reserve that we would now allocate to the budget and as an appropriated fund.
Yes.
Right. So no,
Right.
I'm on the same page.
Okay, but what I was speaking about was what's in the 2021 budget proposal, not in the revenue side.
Oh, I thought you and Mylan were just talking about the 3
That's contingency.
something million
funds.
dollars
That's
Contingency.
contingency funds that are currently in the
That's the
expenditure
contingency.
side of the budget. Correct.
that's not the unexpensed funds?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, then I apologize. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've as Bridget knows, I've asked a million questions over the last few weeks. I know my questions, some of them, if not most of them, were posted already on the district website. So I'm handing it over to you, Eileen.
Lee, were you done? Because I think we jumped in, me and Mylan both cut you off.
Oh, that's okay, I'm done.
Okay. So Bridget, on the emails, I did ask a couple of questions about individual line items, and because we put a big cushion in on some items. A great example tonight was the armed guards. That's $120,000 right there that we put in as a cushion. There's a lot of lines like that in our budget that are cushioned more than we've expensed in the last 5 years. If you go back and look at all the budgets, and I have them line by line, I'd be glad to sit with you and go over them. I don't want to take up everybody's time tonight. But there's a lot of lines that will say it has $1 million as a budget in 5 years ago, and we spent $800,000. The next year we went from $1 million to 1.1, and we spent $825,000. So the way we're spending and the way we're budgeting, the budgets are going way higher than the actual spending. So we're doing a rollover budget. That's my point. Instead of using the actual figures, there's a lot of lines like that where we could reduce the budget and not add so much cushion in, because in a typical 5-year period, we have never spent even what the budget was 5 years ago. So in other words, if we have a $1.5 million budget right now, 5 years ago it was $1 million. If we went back to the 5 years ago, we still have not to date spent that $1 million that we budget for. There are quite a few lines like that.
Okay, I will certainly sit with you because there are other examples where it's not the case. For example, insurance waivers, transportation
Right.
gets paid out for this at the end of the year. So last year we paid out $545,000 in June, and we ended
Right.
up having to draw down from contingencies because we did not have enough budgeted on that line.
Well, see, that's where I don't have the transfer list, so I couldn't tell all those all the time.
That's another problem that's going to happen with this year because we only have $471,000 left remaining on the line. If we expensed out $545,000 last June, right there, we don't have enough, so we're going to have to draw down from contingencies. So I would.
Right.
be
I'm
more
not
than welcome
saying
to sit with you.
don't put in a cushion. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we are way higher of a cushion than we sometimes need to be. I understand that you need. That example that you just gave is perfect. So I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying instead of doing it from a rollover, at this point in time, maybe if we tighten it up a little bit, then we won't need. We know our cushion. If we never spent, if we put in $1 million 5 years ago, and we're up to $1.5 million, and we've only spent the highest we've ever spent is $850,000, we could tighten that $1.5 million up. And that's just
Right.
a stupid example. You know what I'm saying? So there's quite a few lines like that. And again, I might be wrong on some of them because there might have been transfers in or out that I don't know about.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if we could all go back through the 40-page document, there's a lot
I don't
of
have
good
that
stuff
right
in
now.
there.
Yeah, I'll look at that too. I don't have that right now.
I think it will be a part of my memoir when I pass in the future.
Bridget, I appreciate you answering all of our questions. I have just one or two more. And this might be for Linda. Like I said, the $500,000 that we have budgeted. If it's to go through, and I don't know how that's going to go yet, that's not budgeted, set in stone yet. There was talk about reducing it to halfway, so I don't even know where that is at this point. But the overtime that you were talking about, Linda, when I'm looking at the security lines now, the overtime was in that BOCES budget. When we got our report, I don't know if I could say too much about it because it is security. But wasn't that through a BOCES line, the overtime? It was in Bridget's BOCES. Oh, Bridget, maybe you can answer. It was in your BOCES report?
It was on the BOCES line?
Sorry, I muted myself. I didn't mean to do that. So the BOCES security line doesn't have anything to do with any of the staffing other than Don's salary.
Okay. So then,
and one
there was a line about overtime that was not. I mean, we stuck it all in the same line, but it had a separate line for overtime, and Don
right.
actually addressed that. And I thought you gave us something about that. I just can't seem to find it in the 135 emails right now.
That was before the time of COVID. That was for any after school activities, so football games or any things I can't think of because it's 10:30 and not pep rally. Homecoming?
Yeah,
Did I say that?
pep
Maybe
rally.
homecoming.
Could have been the pep rally. As I explained in the document, those overtime are outside of regular school hours. So
No,
about
yeah.
2 years ago, we would not have put armed guard, not guard. I'm sorry, I don't mean armed guards.
Just guards in general, because again, I don't know
We
if
would
armed
not
guards
have
don't
put
go.
security at back to school nights. We would not have put security at parent teacher conference nights. So that line was broken out in order to show that where we were taking the money from when we had security that were not school day related events.
Right.
And we didn't do
Right.
that.
And now
we didn't do that 2
so
years
like
ago.
we discussed this a little earlier. Now it kind of makes it look like security got increased 95% to the general public, but it really didn't. Just that line got broken out.
It kind of did, Eileen, just because 2 years ago, we would not have put guards there. And now
Well, that I understand, but that's these guards are not armed. So people are thinking that armed guards made it go up 95%.
Oh, gotcha.
It's not armed guards. Actually, this line item that we're talking about, you and I right now, is regular guards that were in one line, and we broke it out now.
Yes, and that's because we have two different reporting documents that we have to provide.
Right, and I just wanted to make that clear to the public because, you look on this document, it says we have the percentage change. So people see that and they start to freak out a little bit, but it's not about armed guards, that line in particular. That is because we broke it out, simply. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. My last question, and this is you mentioned this tonight, so I didn't have this question written down before this. You were talking about the borrowing of the money in October, which gives us a year for the construction work.
Yes.
What about the bond that we had? Why are we borrowing more money if we have a bond? Am I getting something wrong here? Did I not understand?
Yes, you're confusing.
No, I think that this is the only thing that I haven't put into that document yet and haven't shared in emails. Google Doc is a little bit strange. You can't really add tabs and tables so well. So
yeah,
I'm working
I know.
on that.
I appreciate
I need
you doing
more
that.
time to do that. So we have a whole debt service schedule. So a bond that we went for in 2018 that we refunded, a 2018 bond that replaced a ban, an EPC from 2013, a 2011 project refunded from a 2003 project. All of those are a part of our debt service schedule. And that grand total number of 9.3 is also something that goes into the tax levy calculation.
Right, I know
with
that.
That whole 9.3 is also a part of the 9,000 series on that last page of the line by line. So if you go to the 9711 series, the function code 9711, that grand total is for all principal and interest payments per that debt schedule.
Okay.
Now, if you go a couple lines,
you just mentioned that tonight, so I just wanted you to clarify that because I said, wait, if we have a bond, why are we borrowing more money? But now I get it. Okay, I appreciate that.
So 2 other points on this. If you go a couple more lines down to 9785, that function code, that is the principal EPC for that 2013 project.
Okay.
And that EPC is $978,000, which that also ties into our debt service schedule.
978,343. Yes. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I think you
No,
said
that
one
makes
more
sense
thing
now,
that
but
I
when you
didn't
first
touch
said it,
on.
I was like, wait, we're borrowing more money? Who said that?
Oh,
So, okay.
now I understand. So the final point is there's a 2009 project. It was $19.5 million. And our final payment will be coming off the schedule in June of 2021. The final payment we will make is $1.9 million.
Right, so that's.
So
gonna
we
be
have to
reducing.
replace that debt. This way everything stays status quo and nothing gets weird. Now, because
Well, let's explore that for a minute. You're saying that we have to replace that debt. We don't have to replace that debt. Typically, school districts do to keep everything status quo and to keep building going and keep school aid coming in.
Yep.
But if we're in a really bad financial bind based on Cuomo, we don't have to replace that debt. We can actually not make that payment and save the money. It's like paying a mortgage, so you can save the money on the taxes, on the interest, on your taxes.
So, yes, and what I was saying before is that because of everything with coronavirus and Governor Cuomo,
right,
we
don't know
cannot
what we're
borrow
gonna do with
until
that.
we have SED approval. So since
Right.
SED is delayed in their approval process, it wouldn't be until October that we could possibly get that approval. And we
Right.
cannot go out and borrow. Unistat, our financial advisor, will not allow that per law until we
Okay.
have that SED approval. So
Yep,
typically, it's a year after you borrow that you owe your first payment. So it wouldn't be until October 2021, which is a part of the 21-22 school year.
Okay, so that makes more sense.
Does that clarify
I mean, and
it?
again, I was kind of not, I had something else going on when that was going on. That's why I questioned you about it. So yeah, I mean, once you give me those, I'll look at those financials and those other papers that you just talked about and the transfers. And then I'll spend the weekend on it. By next week, we can do the line by lines if you want, if you have time. But I think I don't think you really need me. You know the numbers that we could tighten up. You could look back and see the numbers. They're all there.
Yes.
And again, I gave you an example with round numbers, but there's lots of lines like that where we didn't expense even close to what we've been budgeting.
Well, this is a question, can we lower the armed guards, lower it to 400?
We can do whatever the board wants to do.
Yeah.
That will give you, that'll give you $20,000 for any events that would be after school that Don may see the need to
Well,
put
that's
armed guard there.
That's if all goes well with school opening, school not having different shifts, there's a lot of things that we don't know yet how much of security we're gonna need when school opens in regards to, I hope we have sports, but who knows? If they're talking about keeping this closed until July or August, I'm just saying it's right now, there's a lot of uncertainty of what's gonna happen going forward. I would budget less, knowing that even that is gonna be, we have savings in the security lines to begin with. So if we move it down, there'll still be a cushion there.
There will. And if that's what the board wants to do, we can certainly cut $100,000 out of those lines. It's not going to show, Jackie, as $100,000 coming out of one line because it has to go through to the different.
No, it'll be
buildings.
like 10,000 out of each. I understand.
Right. And if that's what the board wants to do, so I just need, three of you to tell me you want to do that, and we can certainly do that.
So that means that we have no intention of giving any guys raises. So that 500 is not part of, so that's a separate line item, but the security guards have been making they've been at a standstill for a few years now, making $20 an hour. So are we saying that we have no intention of giving them any kind of raise in the future?
I actually believe, Mylan, that they make $22.50.
I'm sorry, $22.50.
Listen, we can't, I
Let's-
don't know if we
let's-
could discuss that in public session, but with all the raises we've given across the board, I think it's something we should revisit in executive.
You can discuss salaries in public.
Okay, well then, in all fairness.
Just not a particular
had-
people. You can't
no.
say a person's name.
Listen to me, okay, in all fairness, we have had somebody like, and Reza, you could correct me if I'm wrong, come to us about other bargaining units. But because we have a unit that is humble and doesn't come to us and ask for more, doesn't mean we should take advantage of them. They go out of their way for our kids. They go out of our way. And if God forbid something happens, these are who are going to take the bullet for your kids. Sorry to say, but they deserve for us to be looking into what their raises should be, considering we've given raises to top-heavy administration. That's one. Two, if you do the numbers, Mylin, I know you go with numbers, it would be 400 hours of overtime, okay, to get to pass that cushion on armed guards. 400 hours. Show me 400 hours of overtime we're going to have in a school year. 400 hours. So it's a lot of cushion. And honestly, this is my first budget on this side of the board table, but a lot of these lines are padded or cushioned too much by administration. And I know Bridget's new, and Bridget, thank you so much for answering all our questions in that very thick paperwork. I loved it because it was easy read for me, simple Simon terms. I appreciate it. But the reality is there is money in here. And in reality, we should lower it because I do not believe we're going to go over it. And I think we should revisit if we've given raises to other units, which we have. I'm surprised that resident bring that unit up because every other unit he brought up.
The problem is, if I'm correct in my thinking, is that they were capped at 30. They were already making the 30. So, Reza, is the cap been lifted to 35?
The cap was lifted to 35.
Yes.
Right,
Reza,
so that's pretty much why they were at a standstill for quite a while. So when you have to think about it,
Mylin, 3 years is more than a standstill. 3 years, and we have people who come and want to raise every year. 3 years is a long time to not show support and a raise to people who are putting their lives out there to really to protect our kids. I have kids in elementary and middle school, and I have family members in the high school. Not for nothing, but me as a parent, not just as a board member, I'm telling you, these are people who are good to our children. Go to the elementary schools, go to the middle schools, ask. They're the ones who let our kids in and out. It's just the right thing to do.
Reza, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the security isn't part of a unit.
No, they're not.
That's correct.
So the other piece too is that for the last couple of years, I've always encouraged people to write to your local congressman and your local legislators and senators, anybody you can write to, if they can increase the cap of the 30. Now it's 35, but I still don't even think that's enough. The cap honestly should have been at 40, to be fair. So you can't, yes, in previous years would have been nice to give them a raise, but then you're cutting manpower down because if they were maxed at a 30, that means that, and you gave them a raise, it makes it difficult for Don to do his job because he's got to rotate these men to, because 30 goes pretty quick, $30,000 over 12 months. So that was the other position that was put on to us. Yeah, people should write and have that cap increased.
But Mylin, that's not for nothing, but that's, and please don't take this the wrong way, but that should not be any reflection of a raise that we give. We gave raises to top heavy administration, but we're not giving raises to the people on the ground.
Jackie,
those
that's
are the people that we should be giving raises to as well.
Jackie, that's not what I said. The point is that they work 8-hour days at the $22.50. You times it by 5 days a week, and then over the course of time, it was making it difficult. And
yes, but then he has to have somebody come in.
Gotta hire more people.
They have to be somebody who, like right now, even if it was 35, even if you moved it to 40, not for nothing, but you may still only get a security guard in a school for, let's say, maybe 15, 20 days of the month. After that, you might have to bring in a substitute.
We
But
do that
that's
now.
just how it is. And that's what he does do already. So if you had
we
to
do
do
that
that
now.
a few more days, I still don't think that saying to somebody, the reason you're not getting a raise is because of what's going on with your cap. That's not something we should be saying. We should be saying, what is the right thing? We gave raises across the board. You know, it could be, you do something reasonable. You don't do something extravagant, but reasonable. 3
Well,
years
then
without a
don't, well,
raise.
then don't take out the $100,000 because this way there'll be money in there for raises. That's the point I was trying to make. Don't take out the 100. Leave some money in there so that they can get a raise. That's what I was
So-
advocating for.
If you will let us know what you want us to calculate out and see what the cost would be, tell us what you're thinking. Right now, they make $22.50 an hour. If you want us to calculate out $23.50 an hour, you want to calculate out $25 an hour. I don't know, whatever you guys decide, we can certainly tell you what the difference in the budget would be.
Yeah, and that's the point I was trying to make. If you can leave the 100 in. And
My
the other-
point is, I just don't want it to, I don't want every single time we add money, we say it's for arming guards. If we're giving a security guard who's unarmed.
No, part of the
a
money
raise-
would be.
No, wait, if we're giving an unarmed security guard a raise, that is completely a separate issue from arming guards. It's something that unfortunately, we haven't done a good job with letting the community really grasp and understand. We haven't done a good job, because if we did, people wouldn't think armed guards was $1 million. But if we did give them the stats and the real numbers, they'd understand them. So if we're giving somebody
I think
a raise,
tonight, Jackie, I
we're
think all the
giving
questions that we have
unarmed
tonight,
security a raise. Why would we put that in the arming guards money? Doesn't make
and-
sense.
And again,
Well,
I
'cause it's
don't,
one security line.
I'm looking at it as a security as a whole. I'm incorporating your armed and your unarmed as one, in my mind, as one total. So if you're gonna take off $100,000, I'm
Well, then
assuming,
move the 100 to a different line item in the security for salaries. I wouldn't say it's for arming guards.
well,
Because
now
what
it
you're
is,
saying
now it is broken
adding
out, right, Linda?
100 If we
we
took
did
armed
not-
guards off and we gave people a raise, we're
Jackie,
still
let
gonna
Linda
have
tell you
to
the
increase
answer.
that line.
Jackie, let Linda,
Those two costs are combined on the salary line for security. Because of the way we report to the state with every building having its own little budget that we have to do for our transparency, the salary line is conjoined. It doesn't matter if you're paying an armed guard or an unarmed guard. And one of the reasons that we were doing that was so that the public wouldn't see how we were deploying.
that was the point. That was the point I was trying to make to Jackie. It's
So-
all together.
It's all on the same line. It's, Cherokee security salaries, and it's there. Duffield security salaries, and both all security for that building is in that line.
Well, here's the thing. You guys put an increase on every line for armed guards, though. So if you're going to increase it, then the increase shouldn't be included like that. Because what I'm saying to you is, if we're giving people a raise, if you say we're not going to do armed guards, we're going to do just regular security guards, and we're giving them a raise, the line's going to increase, but you're not going to put the increase 95% armed guards. What I'm saying is, you're not being transparent to the actual voter or to the actual community member. You're not.
That's what the increase was for, though, was to give the change from the $22.50 an hour to $45 an hour. So the explanation on the line was the increase is happening because the salary went up because guards that are armed are getting paid $45 an hour. I don't know how that's not transparent.
Well, because what I'm saying to you is, if you have 500,000 allocated for arming guards, okay, it's for arming guards. Those are our armed guards, not our security guards who are unarmed. So if we have unarmed security, that should not be together. You're telling a voter that we're increasing the budget by 500,000 for armed guards, when in reality, some of that is 100,000 or more is salary increase for unarmed security.
Well,
It's
if you
fictional.
decide to do that, yes, if you decide to do that, the line would say increase in salary as well.
But it's increase in unarmed security, correct?
It's increased for both, Jackie. So when you looked at originally, when you look at it originally, 2 guards in Cherokee, and they were both making $22.50 an hour. Now it's potentially 1 guard at $22.50 an hour and 1 guard at $45 an hour. That increase, which is on that same salary line, is because of the additional cost for the arming. And that's how we explained it. You want us to explain it differently? We can certainly explain it differently. It's the differential between the $22.50 original salary and the $45 salary for the armed guards. That's the difference in the salary line.
Right. I would prefer, for transparency, for people who just look at the budget fast, for them to understand what armed guards cost. What is the difference between arming our guards and regular security?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to put up a billboard vote. I would like somebody to vote on a billboard.
I'll put the bill.
put that
I'm
up.
for the billboard. I'm for the billboard.
Necessary.
But with the true,
Mark said no.
the true amount, not with the unarmed
I'm serious about
security,
making a motion to
and
vote for
all
that, by
in
the way.
one. So nobody knows what the real number is, which is like 250,000, 300,000. And nobody sees it because we're putting in the unarmed security with it.
Along with I see what you're saying. You're putting in the raises for the unarmed as well as the security.
In the budget brochure, will you be putting $380,000 for armed guards? That's what the figure is going to be, and there'll be no overtime. That's what I'm hearing, right? So in the budget brochure, you're going to show
Well, Lee, we could put
I don't think
Lee,
there's
we
going to
could
be a
put
budget brochure.
$20,000.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
You could do 400 hours of overtime would be, you could get in there. It would be a big amount of overtime to make up $20,000.
Okay, so what you're asking, Jackie, is for us to separate out the salary line for the code 1650-169 for security that's going to be armed versus unarmed for each building, which is going to show a decrease in the unarmed, which is going to be offset by the cost increase for the armed. Is that what you're asking us to do?
Yes, I want people to see the true numbers. People have
Okay.
been asking me all over social media. There's so much fictitious numbers going around. People don't see the real numbers. The real
Jackie,
numbers in a almost $200 million budget.
Yes.
When something is less than $300,000 to protect our children, I want people to know true numbers. 300,000 in a $200 million budget. It's a big nut. It's not a big nut.
You're correct.
I just want to add that the reason I'm asking about tightening up all these numbers is because this pandemic has caused havoc in everyone's lives, and we know our children are going to need more mental health. So we know that we're going to need to increase those lines to cover the cost of more YFS workers, more social workers, more psychologists, and that kind of thing. So for me, I know that expense is going to come when and if our kids get back to school sometime this year. So that's why I want to really tighten up this budget so that we have that money for those kids.
Well, I have a question. That brings back a question, Eileen. Good job. I just forgot. When I was looking at numbers, there was a number that came in regards to homeless children. The numbers that came in used to be years ago very low, in like the 150 to 200,000. We're up to like 600,000. Does that do anything for our budget in regards to helping with allocating money towards it?
So our homeless population has gone up significantly. That's out of Ms. Santo's office, and she's very tight with the budget with that. Since I've arrived, I want to say it's tripled. So in about 6 years, our amount of kids who are homeless has tripled. And as you know, Ms. Santo in her presentation earlier today spoke about kids who we have to pick up all the way in Queens because there's a 15-mile radius that is legally the district's responsibility to bring kids from. And that transportation costs a lot of money. To cut that line right now, I think would not be in the best.
No. You're
budget.
misunderstanding. I'm not looking to cut the line at all. I'm actually looking to add. I wanted to add somebody who is just, even if it's just clerical, somebody who is just dealing with our homeless population so that they get the special care and needs met, because it's tripled. It's tripled, but we haven't added any clerical to handle it.
We have a clerical whose responsibility is the homeless. She's the homeless liaison.
And that's the only thing she handles.
I would have to look at the rest of her job responsibilities, but that's a large bulk of her job.
Okay, can you advise us on that? Because my understanding is that they do more than just that. And I think we need somebody who's just doing just that for right now.
Okay, I can look at what that person's other job responsibilities are.
And I know me and Eileen talked about looking into adding to YFS if we needed. That's something, especially after this pandemic, that was something we wanted to look into. If there was any needs there.
Well, that's why I know we're going to need that. So that's why I think we really need to tighten up this budget so that there's money there. We need to make sure that we have it as tight as possible so that we can add, if we need to add that line, we can add that line.
I mean, we're very fortunate that Ms. Santos has the money from last year to bring over for that initiative. She went over that initiative with me. I was lucky to be able to sit down with her and look it over, and it's exceptional. And I think it'll help a lot of kids and a lot of families, which is a wonderful thing. I do think it would be great if we could, maybe ask her down the road or see if they need any staffing, any help in there, because that's going to be where we're going to truly get hit hard.
I agree with that.
Any other budget questions?
No, I think I'm done. I Bridget knows what I want, so I'm pretty much done. Oh, I do have one more question. Sorry, I just turned my page over and saw the last one. School lunch fund. We typically under budget that expense, and then we always have to make a transfer in, and we have a line for a transfer. Can you explain why we under budget that when we know we have to transfer money every single year?
That really has to do with year end and when they close out the books and we get audited. So for this year in close, the school lunch did not include an adjustment that was made on the financials of $171,000. So that has to be on top of the transfer for 2021. So I know that a question that has come back a couple times around from the board is whether or not we could adjust that transfer to school lunch. And the answer is no, because of that $171,000 adjustment.
No, that's not what I mean though, Bridget. Maybe I didn't explain it right. We have I don't know where the line is for the school lunch fund. Say it's $200,000. Every year we under budget that line because we always have to transfer money in. Always. There's always an adjustment. So why do we under budget that? What's the reasoning for that? I mean, that's showing, we still have to make a transfer, so the money's going to go there. So why don't we just budget it the proper way so people know how much the lunch program is?
In this year,
and
we
that's why
$30,000.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear either one of you because you talked. I thought it sounded like both of you were talking over each other.
This is budgeted appropriately this year at about $430,000.
Okay, it is. I didn't see the line. I just saw the transfer.
It's
So that's what made me remember it.
Page 16.
Yeah, that's what reminded me of it.
Yeah, it's $430,000, which is much more appropriate than what it's been budgeted.
So Linda, that means I'm sure we'll probably still have to do a transfer in, but it won't be as large as normal. Is that what you're saying, or we won't have to do a transfer?
I'm thinking we're pretty tight.
Okay, good. All right. Because we do under budget, well, in years past, we have under budgeted that.
Yes, different business official.
Right. I gotcha. Okay, good. All right, that's it. I'm freaking done.
Okay, is all questions been answered by the board?
Yep.
Okay, so we're moving on to the,
Oh, shit, we got more stuff.
I added on to new discussion items, another third item, which is, we had abolished quite a few positions last board meeting. And I just wanted to have a consideration of the board to maybe reconsider 4 positions. The 4 that I'm speaking about is the AP at the high school, the assistant superintendent for curriculum, the assistant superintendent for special education, and the head of guidance.
I thought we got guidance from the legal department that you can't ask for that consideration because you weren't the majority vote.
Right, well, he said we can have a discussion, so the reason why I wanted to bring it up was because of that 1.8 that was suddenly, like some of you had said, it fell out of the tree.
Well,
I
it fell
wanted-
out of the sky after positions were abolished. And Marlene, I'm not saying that against you because you've been excellent with finding money, just going line by line. But that's my point. And Bridget's been doing an awesome job. That's not even the issue. The issue is that there is some that seem to put money in the budget or say that this is what something's going to cost. And then all of a sudden we abolish positions and it is money falling out of the sky. When I'm getting phone calls a day later saying, Jackie, guess what? This is what was found. Jackie, guess what? We can bring back this or that. There was a reason why we looked into to getting rid of top-heavy administration. It had nothing to do with the person. It had to do with the positions. The positions are not in every school district, and certainly not in school districts that are our size. If you went through Suffolk and Nassau County, there are not all assistant supers and then directors, and then it's just not like that. In other districts, we have assistants to assistants to assistants, and we do have that. And a lot of positions that are made up, and then a year later, we get rid of them.
We only have one assistant superintendent for curriculum. We have no director under him. So
The bottom line is that
Well, Lee, I
what
went off
Mylan is
with what
asking is for one of the
administration
majority
told
votes.
me. Administration told me that if the position went vacant, that the director could handle it with a stipend.
Which
That's what I
director?
was told. Now, again, I'm newly, but that's what I was told. And my ears are very well. I know what I heard. And there's a lot of things this community could say about me. I don't know, not everybody likes me. I get that. But most people respect that I tell the truth. Okay. And the truth is, administration told me something, and that might be their error.
Well, I just know
So,
it's
so the bottom
education.
line is that Mylan is asking for consideration for
Well,
a revote.
I was also wanted to try to put a pitch out there. And again, I want to just tap on the fact that we've been speaking about having a COVID pandemic, and that we're worried about our children in crisis, in particular to our most vulnerable children from K to 12. And I just feel that we need as many hands on deck to go into this next year and even
Well, let me
finish
ask you something, Mylin, if that's the case, how come we're not looking at our most vulnerable, our elementary schools? We took away assistant principals from Sycamore and Cherokee. That's where we took away assistant principals. We're talking about our most vulnerable as if only in the middle school and high school have special education and special needs.
Well, Jackie,
I hate to tell
Jackie-
everybody, but elementary schools
Jackie,
have a lot of children that are undiagnosed or on the spectrum. And
Jackie,
we took those positions away, and they're not being, maybe those should be put back on.
well, Jackie, I am not the one to put the 6 people, I'm sorry, the 6 job titles on there. I did abstain on the Cherokee vote. And I'll tell you why I abstained, because if everybody's saying that the high school can work with 2 APs and 1 principal, and that's fine, but the elementary school that has 500, you know, you have to balance, you have to be fair and equitable. You can't sit there and have 1,800 students.
Exactly. So if we're not going to put an assistant principal in an elementary school that's the size of a middle school, then the high school will do fine with two assistant principals. And there are other options that we can discuss. There are other options. It doesn't have to be that there's no other help there. It just doesn't have to be an assistant principal position, just like it doesn't have to be a dean's position. There can be other positions. Our superintendent herself said that there could be other positions.
Well, the thing is, we cut one position from Cherokee. There's been 3 positions cut from the high school. You know, so the administration in that building is drastically changed. And you know, and we worry about how our kids are going to come back to school. You know, I could tell you right now, there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of depression out there. Educationally, there's going to be a lot of regression. So how do you want an interim principal to handle those situations, handle parents?
Listen, our interim principal that went into that high school did a fabulous job. That interim principal, assistant principal that went in there, we have an interim principal and an interim assistant principal that are both doing an excellent job. Excellent. If you're saying, look at how it went this year. I'm not saying that we don't necessarily need additional APs in the future. I'm just saying right now, it's something that I would revisit again in the future, not right now. That was my point to you guys. That's just me.
All right, so I'm going to play out a scenario for you. I don't know the dates offhand. You know, say, God willing, we go back to school. I don't know, say September 2nd. September 3rd, a fight breaks out. We abolished that position. So what happened?
Okay, wait, let's go back.
Jackie, can I finish?
Broke down
Jackie,
this year.
Jackie, you need Jackie, you
broke
need
down, got
Jackie.
videotaped.
Jackie, you need to let me finish, Jackie.
Go ahead.
So September 3rd, there's a fight that breaks out, right? What is it now? What we have to do is now we have to create the position. Now we have to have a hiring committee. That process can take about 6 weeks. In the meantime, you're leaving the school vulnerable by having just 2-3 administrators at the high school, where we're now searching for our next assistant principal. It is a process. It's not like September 3rd, there's a fight, September 4th, that we can miraculously put an AP and approve them on the board agenda.
Well, I was told that there was other avenues we could look into, which were having a disciplinary specialist or something along those lines that walks the hallways. There's other options. So my thoughts, and that these were thoughts that were told to me by administration, is that we can do something like that. I would never want to leave an interim principal with heavy without anybody to help him. I don't want that. And I certainly don't want any kids to ever get hurt. As it was, we had a fully staffed administration, had fist fights in the high school going on for the last 2 years, and I've gotten videotapes of them. So, not for nothing, I know you know, because I've sent them to you and the super and said, what is this? So even with 4 people, if you have the right 2 people, the job will get done. You could have 4 positions. You could have 4 positions. And if you don't have 4 people in the hallways or doing whatever, is it going to matter? A fight can break out still because they can't be everywhere all the time. Isn't that what everybody tells me?
And you know what? And if you want to make comparisons, that was under a different regime. We have a new regime now, and we're not giving this new regime the opportunity.
It's not a fully different regime. That's 1. 2, I'm not saying anything against the regime. What I'm saying to you is there are other options that can play out.
And the other options
I heard from our very own administration here in the cabinet that we could do a disciplinary, I think it was a disciplinary specialist if it was a teacher. So if you had a teacher step up, there you go. So either way, I'm just saying to you I'm not against adding an AP, but I'm also, you can't keep saying our most vulnerable, because our most vulnerable are the young children that really can't speak for themselves, that really don't show. When we do threat assessment, there is no real threat assessment that works as well with middle school and high school kids as it does with younger kids. Because the younger kids, you have to really sit down with them and play with them and see what's really going on. And they don't want to get mommy and daddy in trouble, or they don't want to get their friends in trouble. It's a lot different. So you can't say to me that our most vulnerable aren't elementary school kids either, because they are. And we're not looking, you only put 4 positions back up for discussion. What does that tell me? If that was the case, they all should have went up for discussion.
What I'm advocating for is that we're moving into a new normal. We don't know what that new normal is going to look like. So why sit there and have an understaff? And then if God forbid something goes wrong, who is to blame for it at that point? Oh, well, the 3 that was there, they weren't paying attention. In the meantime, now you still have to go through a vetting process that can take weeks before you now make the, you do the job posting, and then it closes in a week, and then you have to have the committee and stuff like that. You can't have a fight on September 3rd and think instantly that there's gonna be somebody in there September 4th. It doesn't work like that. And I don't want to sit there and start a new year where our children are going to be, there are going to be higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety, higher rates of regression in education.
So we should bring in mental health staff, because it isn't the AP who's they're not psychologists, they're assistant principals. It's an assistant principal position. Why don't we
Not
look
for
to
nothing,
bring
and the
in
fights that
a
go on in the
mental
high
health
school.
staff,
Jackie,
or
let me jump in for 1 second.
or a psychologist? I'm 100% for that.
The fights that go on in the high school, even if there's 15 APs, they might not be in that hallway where the fight is. Half the times it's the teachers breaking up the fights, not the APs. The APs can't always be, even, I don't care if there's 15 of them. You can't be in every spot in the high school if a fight breaks out, Mylin. So that argument is kind of not the greatest one that you can make. But I just want to throw that out there. Usually the teachers break up the fights.
Yeah, but the
I know,
thing is,
but don't the APs, they do evaluations?
they do all of that. I'm just bringing up one little tiny piece of a day that can go wrong and set your day off.
Their responsibilities are wide and great, and two APs cannot handle all of the responsibilities of school district that houses.
I think you're
18
underestimating our APs. And our new principal there is doing a fabulous job, and I think we're all underestimating him. And that's
I'm
not
not underestimating.
He's doing a great job.
Well, let's ask Linda, Dr. Adams, what is our other options?
There's other models in other districts that could be used. The biggest issue is going to be that our teachers have never been asked to do discipline as a dean. It was something I actually spoke to Mr. Moran about when the cut was made. We had a conversation, he and I said, well, how can we fill in some of these spots? Have we ever, as a district, asked a teacher to, instead of doing a duty sitting in the hallway, doing a duty doing the light discipline issues? Because Mylin is speaking about a fight, which is honestly very rare at Connecticut High School. They happen more often in other places. What APs actually do a lot of is more light discipline, like why is a kid cutting? So Jackie, you said earlier, put more mental health professionals in there. APs actually do a lot of relationship making and discussions about decisions that kids make, because they do talk to all the kids who are absencing themselves frequently. They do talk to all the kids who are cutting classes. They do talk to kids who get themselves into making bad decisions. So they do actually a lot of boots on the ground kind of work dealing with children. So I had a conversation with Mr. Moran to say, how can we take care of this in light of the fact that you are now going to have to be down 2 APs? Because last year we cut another AP. So the school has gone from 6 administrators to 3 administrators within the last 2 years. So we were having a discussion piece and he looked and talked to some people, and we have never asked for the teachers to do discipline as something that is part of their school day. So it would be a discussion that would have to be had with the CTA, with the president, to see if that would be something that we could ask teachers to do as part of their duty. So
But wouldn't that be a good thing, considering if we have teachers, and I don't know for sure, but if we have any and the CTA is okay with it, that if we have any, that's one way to save teachers outside of attrition, of them retiring. Isn't that a way to keep a teacher in the district who may want to move up and be administration someday?
Yeah, it would be a discussion that would have to happen. The only other question that I would have would be a legal question, because it's unit work moving from the administrative unit to the teacher unit. So I don't know if that would even be able to be done, moving that work from one unit to another. So I'm gonna have to ask legal.
Yeah, we're gonna be back to square one, having an AP, but now it's gonna be disguised as another name.
Yes, you might get some push, you likely will get pushback with regard to unit work being transferred from one unit to another. So we would-
Absolutely. Now we're going back to an AP again.
Well, worst case scenario, there's always the choice of having an interim, like we had the interim this year. It wasn't a bad thing. The interim actually, from what I've heard throughout the high school, put some serious discipline in there for children who, in the first week of school, people were writing on social media, and parents were jumping in to say how happy they were. They were happy. Hundreds and hundreds of comments about how happy they were to see an assistant principal in a hallway walking up and down and being disciplined and being.
Yeah, but you just got rid of that, Jackie. So
Well, I didn't get rid of that because I haven't seen that in years in the high school. I haven't seen that in years. You brought back somebody from when I was in school, and that's when discipline came back. You can't guarantee that.
You got rid of
You can put 2 APs in there, but if you get one like that, you don't need to.
But you still, so what are you saying? So we had the 3, and then we actually had 3 APs, we had a dean. Now we only have 2 APs, no dean. So how do you cut it? And first off, the other thing is too, we never even asked or gave the courtesy to the principal to say, hey, how would you feel? We're going to cut your staff in half. We never even gave that respect. We just did it. So, we took the responsibility out of the principal's hand.
We didn't cut everybody. The last time I checked, the dean's position and the guidance position were put on the budget by the cabinet, by administration. The same positions that you talk about bringing back was
No.
cutting.
Well, the one I was recommending to bring back was the head of guidance, because I think that goes hand in hand with the YFS workers, and I would hope that Linda could speak to that more thoroughly about what his job responsibility is. But you just don't know what September is going to bring, and we're removing hands on deck with really being involved with our kids.
So you're right, Jackie. Our recommendation was to half-time abolish the director of guidance and half-time abolish an AP, and have the person who is currently in the director of guidance position take over the half AP and continue to do the work district-wide as the director of guidance. So that was on one of our recommendation forms of the things that we thought should be cut when we needed to cut the budget before COVID interceded and didn't let us do some of the projects that we thought we would get done. But it was more along the lines of continuing the mental health profession, because he is a guidance counselor. So when we say our APs don't do that kind of work, well, this AP would be able to do that kind of work. He'd be able to counsel kids. He'd also fulfill the SED regulation of having guidance available K-12, which is why the position was created 2 years ago when the SED guidance it came out. That was something that was answered in the document that's online, that was given to all the board, that spoke about the fact that we're mandated to have someone oversee the guidance service K-12, and that's why that position was originally created 2 years ago. So when we were looking to make those cuts, we said, since there is no one currently in the position of AP, if you cut half an AP and allowed Mr. Macaluso to kind of straddle both worlds, he would be able to do some guidance work, and you would also be able to do some AP work and bring that skill set, which is more of a mental health view, because a lot of discipline issues happen because kids are having some mental health challenges. So we thought that would be a nice way to make sure that the high school had what it needed and made sure that the district met the state regulations of having that oversight K-12 and guidance. And that is why that was put as a cut, that one position was put. It's kind of an abolishment of half and half.
You put that as a recommendation. If that recommendation doesn't pass, what do you do in terms of the guidance department when you have to have an administrator oversee it?
I would probably have to hire multiple guidance counselors to go from building to building to building. I don't know. It's something I haven't thought all the way through because the cuts were very different than I actually wasn't ever actually asked for a recommendation. And the cuts that we made the cuts that the board made were not things that I would have advised. They were
right, but here's the bottom line, and then I'm going to be done with this conversation. The bottom line is we got blasted with a list of like 40 teachers, 1 million custodians, all across the board, cuts from the lower level people. And for me, that just was not going to happen. And we were blindsided on that, which was really horrible. So we decided, if you want to make cuts all across the board, we're going to start from the top. That's the bottom line. The vote went through. I already told you that I'm not going to, what's the word? To revote. I'm not doing the revote. So if Jackie or Mark, I'm done talking about this though. I've had enough.
Okay.
I'm ready to move on. It's getting very late.
Okay.
We have a lot more to discuss.
Well, I just wanted to say this. I wanted to know.
No, what's happening is you're spending 3 hours trying to change our minds. And we just said it like 3 times that we're not going to do that. And we keep discussing it. And now we're on this phone call for hours about a vote that already happened.
Well, you made the vote happen without discussing, without even asking what the ramifications would be. That
you voted no. You did your vote. Everyone else did their vote.
Now you're
I was not going to cut 40 teachers, Lee. I don't know about you and why you were okay with that list. Lee, I was not okay with that list like you were. You could be okay with cutting 40 teachers. I'm not. I'm done with this conversation.
Okay, be done with it now.
I'm not revoting.
I'm talking now, Jackie. You had this conversation.
I was never for March 10th. We were blindsided because we never even knew that teachers were told. So now you upset teachers. You made kids upset because kids in the high school showed up at our meeting. We had a few that were in tears because they don't want to lose their beloved teachers. But you had no problem with that, Lee, what they did to us. We didn't know that was coming down the pipeline. And yet, here we are, not cutting 43 teachers. So why did administration think it was okay to put that out there? Why?
Well, administration was wrong in putting it out there without even discussing with us. But also, administration never put any teacher on the chopping block when they put this together forward.
That's not true. All those teachers came
Well,
together.
I got a list.
Teachers.
I got a list. I had a list. You want me to send it to you? Because I have it in the paperwork. A list. Exactly who they were going for. And it was all lower level people. People who it didn't make sense. You're going after the smaller jobs, the less expensive salaries. It's just the wrong way. And I said it at the meeting on March 10th. I was very clear.
Nothing was put on the table.
And you start from the top. You want to cut, you start from the top. And
Well, you
by
know
the
what?
way, you told me to listen. You told me to listen to administrationally. I listened. That's what I was told. Vacant position, don't gotta refill it. Never had special ed assistant super, only had director. I was told many different things. I'm sorry you weren't in those conversations, but I was new. And I guess people like to try to feed me things because they think I don't see through what they're telling me.
Okay, now it's my turn. Maybe a list was sent out, the possibility of cut, you can cut 50 people. It all depends. You can cut, I mean, you want to make class sizes 40 kids, you cut 60 people. There was no intent by anyone on this school board to raise class sizes. Okay? There was no intent for any one of us to say that.
Right, so why was that list sent out?
When this came up, any cut needed a ramification. Every cut, you have to say, okay, if you're going to cut this, you have to do this, do that, do that. Right? We don't even have an alternative high school, anything. Alternative.
Lee, why did they send it out?
Lee, we didn't cut the alternative high school.
43 teachers.
We didn't cut the
have it.
alternative high school or the wrap
Children
room.
were crying
Where did
at
that
our
come from?
meeting.
That
Why
we
would
still
you
have
do
it?
that? Why would
We
you?
We didn't cut it, Lee.
Anxiety?
We did not
Good.
cut that
The
program.
pandemic was just
Thank
starting.
you wanted to cut it.
I didn't want to cut
It's on-
anything. I
it's
want to
on-
help kids.
It's on the
Don't say I
discussion.
wanted to cut it, Lee.
I'll
Don't put words in my mouth. I never said it. I
I'll
never
pull it.
said cut it.
I'll pull it. You said, how do you go about it? And Linda said to you, I don't know why I'm even doing this. Linda said to you, you just have to take it out of the budget. We don't have to have a vote on it.
But
That's
Lee,
I asked
that's
about a
like
whole
saying,
bunch of things, about cutting things for the budget. Everything is in discussion at budget time. Everything
this
is up
is like
for grabs
saying
at budget time.
anything
Doesn't mean I'm
There was
doing it.
no
We had a
discussion.
discussion about closing John Pearl. We didn't close John Pearl either. We
No,
can discuss
because the
everything
community got
without
out of
doing
discussion.
something,
You
Lee.
wanted- your intent was, I have the emails.
No,
what your
that you don't know
intent was.
my intent, Lee. My
I read
intent
your
is to
emails.
discuss. That's what my intent was. We discussed John Pearl. We discussed
See, every
cutting
time-
programs.
Dear
And we
community,
decided
every
that
time I
teachers
talk,
with the kids
they
were more
bully me.
important.
That's
well,
why I've
don't
sit
know, Lee.
here
You're bullying
quietly
me.
and do
Lee,
You're
we're
my
putting
just
job.
words into my
talking.
mouth while you're
Please give me a break.
campaigning.
You don't even
Stop
know what bullying
campaigning,
means.
Lee. I don't care about running again for the board. I care about what's doing right. You only
I
care.
care
You
about
only
kids.
speak up when you're campaigning. Stop.
But Lee,
Stop.
do you
Don't
really
say
care
that we
about
tried
kids?
to cut shit that we didn't try to cut.
Wait, Eileen, hold on.
Ryland, can you
I
stop
came
this?
to the board.
They're bullying me
I
again.
came to the
What?
board this week saying that I
No,
wanted
you're
to
bullying
make
me, and I
sure
feel very.
that we
I
did
want
for
to write a
graduates,
complaint.
that we did for kindergartners, that we did for fifth graders, that we did for eighth graders. And instead of you, Lee, jumping into the email and saying, hey, Jackie, great idea, you jumped in to tell me they're not graduates. They're just
They're
moving up.
moving up.
They're not our seniors. And today you went as far as to tell me that college kids are not getting a graduation. Are you kidding me? I don't care if these kids graduate and walk in December. I want to see every high school senior get their diploma. I want to see every kindergartner, I don't care if it's fifth grade, rather, eighth grade, whatever moving up. You call it moving up. I call it a graduation. They're graduating their school. They're graduating and going into first grade. They're graduating and going into sixth grade. It is something important to them. It is
Yeah,
something important to
It's
their
a big deal to
families.
those kids.
You know what? They worked hard.
Why do you want to take
get
away from
there.
kids and
I
not?
get it.
I don't
We're
get
so
you, Lee.
far gone.
I never
From-
said I was
from
taken
kids
away.
in school.
It's not
Excuse
my
me.
job to figure out
Excuse me.
what to do.
Excuse me, we're getting off topic. I added this to the new discussion item. I want to hear from Linda, when we abolish the position for special education, what goes with that? Because are we losing the alternative high school? Are we losing the wrap room? Are we losing the CAP program? What are we losing by terminating that position? I want you to
Before
answer
we hear
that
from
question.
Linda, I just want to comment on that, Mylene. If we lose all those programs, that wasn't because the board cut them. We have directors that have done this for years. There's no reason why directors can't still run those programs if they're good programs. And the people that are in those programs, if you don't have confidence in them to run it, with a director instead of an assistant superintendent, then that's a problem too.
No, and now we have an added
Wait,
principal.
I
We
want
have
to
an
address
added
that. Wait,
principal
Eileen,
in that
Eileen.
school. Wait,
Eileen,
hold on. In that, what is
wait.
it? In the
Eileen.
alternative high school, we now have a
Eileen.
principal. Are you telling me
Jackie.
that a principal that was able to handle a school of over 1,000, of what is it, 2,000, is now not able to handle a school of 4 kids? Come on, guys.
First of all, what you guys are not paying attention to is if you're going to add on more work or more responsibility to the members in that unit, they are going to grieve you. And what is that?
Those members, a director already had that position, and you took responsibilities away from that director position to create this new position, the assistant superintendent title, which is a title that gives more money to do a job that you took duties away from a director to do. Yes, did they expand on it? Yes. Those duties can go right back to that director the way it was before. So this is a moot point. I am done talking about this. I'm not getting dragged into this anymore. I'm done.
And I just want to know something else.
Wait.
Why is there so much corruption? You're going to tell me that our superintendent and our cabinet doesn't know the name of a position? I'm looking on this agenda, and it's showing that we have to re-abolish a position because it wasn't said correctly. Well, I don't really understand that.
That's the other problem.
And everyone
it
tells
was
me there's
said
no
correctly,
corruption in
and then
Connecticut.
Linda
Wake
corrected
up,
the district
people.
clerk,
Wake
and
up.
now it's back on the thing. So that needs to be explained.
Wake up.
All right, wait.
There's corruption.
All right, so let me go back to what I was trying to put there. There was a director. I don't know how the change, Linda will have to explain that. There was programs now added on. So now there's additional programs on that Monica Manzi brought in that were not here prior. So who is going to look over those new programs? Because now you're gonna delegate more.
As I said earlier, our superintendent.
Eileen,
that's our job to handle it.
Eileen, can I finish? Now
you can finish, but I'm tired of hearing about it. We voted. You want us to revote. This is not helping us.
You know what? I did not cut anybody off. I've been totally respectful this whole night.
You're right. I apologize, Mylene. You're right. I apologize.
You know what? You need to let me finish. Everybody needs to let me finish.
I just said I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize.
You know what? I wouldn't be so passionate about something if I didn't think that it wasn't important. By removing certain support staff, those support staff help our teachers. I was never, when that list came out about the extraordinary amount of teachers being excess, I was very thrown back by that. That was nothing I would ever support. So let's put that, I want to just put that aside because I know that came up. Now that supposedly there's a little bit of monies that are found, these particular jobs that I'm trying to advocate for do help our children. They help support our teachers. And we're going to need a lot of support going forward. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm advocating for. It's the bottom line for me is about the kids. It's about getting our teachers, if they have questions or they need guidance on something, there's somebody there directly that they need to speak to. The way we're leaving it off right now, let Linda figure it out. Well, what is Linda going to do? Have 600 teachers go to her for guidance because maybe for a particular situation or a program or anything else? We cut our district by curriculum. I mean, I've never even heard of, we're in the business for education, but we cut the curriculum assistant and superintendent. None of these things are making sense. Believe me, guys, I know where your hearts were. You wanted to make an impact that was going to be spread out across the district for everybody to feel the burn. But at that point in time, the only one that got the burn was the administrators. And now
the burn came for the children. Children are going to get the burn.
And the only thing that I'm asking for is that because there's a little money in the district, I am worried about our kids coming back. And if we can get more people, more bodies to help our children. Now, Linda, I'm going to direct this question at you. By removing the assistant superintendent for special education, what are we losing?
So I'm going to just correct a misconception that there was only a director to begin with. When I arrived in the district, there was an assistant to the superintendent that took care of special education, and there were 2 chair people that took care of special education under that person's supervision. Mrs. Manzi, as the assistant superintendent, is the only 12-month employee. So directors and principals are 11-month employees. They have 30 days off in the summer. They only have to work half the summer. So one of the biggest things is that special education is a 12-month program, which is probably why way back when there was an assistant superintendent position created, because that person became a contract all onto themselves and they became a 12-month employee. We have students in both our CAPS program and our ESY program that have 12-month education plans in their IEPs. So in order to have people supervise that, we will be paying people to supervise that over and above their regular salaries. We have a 4410 program. I know that Mrs. Kennedy asked for this information. That is our CAPS program. It is a special education program for kids who are 2 years, 10 months old to kids who are 4 years old. We are one of 2 districts on Long Island that have that. That's completely under Mrs. Manzi's supervision. She applies for the ability for us to have that through Suffolk County. It is a tax burden. It is never fully paid for. That would be something that if we don't reinstate that position, that I would suggest the board look to abolish. If we abolish that, it is quite a few people that are teachers, that are TAs, that are aides, that are special speech pathologists who are part of that program that would be accessed as well, because
And it hurts kids.
it is a great program. But most of the time, kids from all other districts on Long Island, except for one, and I want to say that that's Harbor Fields, but I'm not sure. It's one of the Huntington districts. It's a program that's run through Suffolk County. So kids would not be hurt because they would be in other situations. They wouldn't be in our school setting, but they would be at DDI, or they would be at other places. But the oversight of that is Mrs. Manzi, because that's a 12-month program. The oversight of the ESY program, which is in 2 different buildings and has 70 children, and potentially this year, because we are in the situation that we are in with the COVID closures, we may have a double program for ESY, because even though New York State Education Department has said that we do not have to give hour-for-hour compensatory education, we do have to provide kids with compensatory education to get them ready to come back to school in September if they have regressed so much because they are not having face-to-face education. So those two programs are really kind of up in the air without having the supervision, and someone would have to be paid to supervise both those programs. Mrs. Manzi brought back 5 students into the alternative high school, which if that program were to go away, it would cost more money. That was part of her goal in bringing our kids back into being part of our district. It was an extremely successful pilot, which was put into the grant, which is something that Ms. Manzi has oversight and writes the grant. So in the 611 grant, there was about $320,000 put in to run the alternative high school program. If that were to be abolished, and quite frankly, Mrs. Manzi is the one who goes out to the BOCES centers, does the profile on our kids, follows our students, goes to the CSEs, and see if there are other kids that can be brought back into the program, because the programs out there run about $90,000 in BOCES, and that doesn't even count the transportation. So for every person that Mrs. Manzi brings back from those programs into our program, we save our district about $100,000 with the transportation included. So if she brings back 2 people, we've almost reimbursed her salary by bringing them back into the district. Honestly, if we go down to 1 administrator, the director, there are 140 teachers under the supervision of 1 administrator, which would be the director of special education, in all of our buildings, spread out in multiple programs. I don't know that there will be enough time within the workday for these kind of programs to be nurtured and bringing our kids back to where they belong, which is in our district as much as possible. So those are all problematic things. The truth is, when I started here, we didn't have an assistant to the superintendent because he'd retired. We also didn't have the CPSE chair, who was also called the director at the time, because she did more than just CPSE chair work. And we also had a CSE chair, but the two of the three had retired. We had 4 state ed complaints that were open. We have not had a state ed complaint in years that Mrs. Manzi hasn't taken care of before it got to the state education department. So she has saved us money. She has brought our kids back. The other thing that she was charged with doing, because it was something that was done in another district, and I said, I don't know why we can't do it here. Our special needs kids that are in our life skills class, which are our most disabled kids that we can house within the district, we're going to BOCES half day from 9th grade on. And Mrs. Manzi helped work with her staff to create a business program. And you guys have gotten some of those presents from them, the painted signs for the holidays and the like. They have opened a business where they sell dog biscuits. And we actually keep them now in district full day in 9th and 10th grade. And we were looking to do that same thing in 11th and 12th grade, which decreases our expenditures out to BOCES and keeps our kids in-house as much as possible. She also helped to start the basketball program last year, which helped support our kids and put them on the courts so that they could have a more well-rounded opportunity. So, and those are just some pretty big things that she's done, and not even the smaller things that she's done, which is really take our CSE process and make it much more streamlined so that we're really looking at data to make sure that our kids are moving forward the way they need to move forward in order to be as successful as they can. It's again, not something that I would have advised. We were tasked by the board to look at staffing reductions, both administration, across the board, administration, teaching, and we were tasked to say what would have the least impact. And we did give 3 administrative cuts for the board to consider. We gave about 15 teacher cuts for the board to consider, 3 or 4 custodian, a couple of clericals. We gave those cuts for the board consideration. We spent significant amount of time as an administrative unit saying what would least impact our students moving forward. And that was even prior to COVID. So we're going to have very deep special education needs for our students coming back, and to not have someone spearhead that is going to be detrimental.
Linda, let me ask you something. You say that it's detrimental to kids, all this about other stuff. Wasn't it detrimental to tell children to tell the teachers that you were going to cut 43 of them or 40 of them, and then kids be able to find out, and then they find out and they're crying in school and texting their parents at home, and then showing up at Board of Ed meetings, children who could be seniors, this is like the year's terrible with the pandemic. They've lost so much of their senior year and all the fun aspects of it, and they're crying in our Board of Ed meeting on March 10th because you and Reza told the teachers union that we were going to get rid of how many people. I mean, if we're really being honest here, you did give the guidance, the director of guidance, and now you're asking for him back. But you gave that as a cut.
Only halftime. We said that half of that position could be abolished, and that was something that we did because we looked at administrative cuts, which is what the board tasked us to do. So we never said that there were going to be 43 teacher cuts. What we said was that there could be, with the decreased enrollment, bringing class sizes, moving up class sizes from the teens into the low 20s, mostly in the middle school and the high school.
But Linda, what I'm saying to you is, look at the anxiety we caused people. Look at the aggravation, upsetment we caused people. That was completely unnecessary.
So Jackie, I'm going to stop you for a second because we were asked to look at enrollment numbers and we were asked to come up with cuts that would not hurt children. When you have class sizes of 15, 18, 16 at the middle school.
So you don't think cutting these kids' teachers wasn't going to be any sort of, wasn't gonna hurt children. Hey, Lee, you tell me you're not for hurting children. I
I get in
told
this
you,
conversation.
if enrollment's down and you had to cut people, I totally understood. But at the same token, it started at the top. Now all
Yeah,
of a sudden,
and you asked
money
us to
fell
do
out of
that.
the sky. Money fell out of the sky once the abolishments came. And now we want to go backwards. Just doesn't make sense.
So Jack, yeah, you know, you keep saying money fell out of the sky. It was something that we found out that we could not get done this summer because of the COVID closure. It is
Okay,
not money that fell
that's
out of the sky.
1.8. Linda, that's 1.8. We were down $3 million. That's 1.8. What I'm saying to
Yeah.
you, and that's actually giving us an overture. That's giving us a surplus. So what I'm saying to you is, when you really do the math, where did $3 million come from? And why is it that this district hides things? Why is it you hide things from even the Board of Ed? I've only been here 10 months. And the things that I found out and the things I've seen are disgusting. I've been told that we can do without an administrator, to then been told that we can't. Well, I listened to administration, Lee. I did what you told me to.
So Jackie, when we went through this presentation with you folks, we were originally at 203,000 with our projected budget. We went line by line. We looked at retirements that didn't need to replace because the enrollment decreases, and we got that down to 201 million. We then further looked at some other guidelines, including the budget guidelines, and once again looked at class sizes. And you know, I have class sizes at Ronkonkoma Middle School of computer essentials at 12. Putting 24 kids in a computer class is not going to harm a child. So we looked very deeply at our current enrollment and what our class sizes were, and we said that it would behoove us at this point to make the teaching staff in line with the enrollment, which is what our budget guidelines said. We said that we could actually, if we did that as deeply as getting all the enrollments up to 24 in each one of our sections, it would be 40 teachers. But we would never suggest cutting that deeply into
Linda,
the school setting.
you would be for, though, putting our two middle schools in one. And our two middle schools, it's just crazy. The ideas that you guys have come up with, some of them, they're not really feasible. Like putting our don't close an elementary school, but close a middle school. They're just a lot of crazy things I've heard since I've been on the board. I understand nobody wants to hurt anybody's livelihood, but positions had to be abolished. Things can always be revisited, but for now, I think you guys are just, I really.
Well, I just brought it up for a consideration. Obviously, it doesn't sound like any movement in this conversation. Does anybody else have anything to add to this?
I do. How many, you know, so if we don't have our assistant superintendent for special ed, Linda, you're saying you're advising the board to cut certain programs, which is going to end up letting teachers go? I mean.
Well, we have to do one of two things. We either have to pay someone to supervise those programs, or we have to abolish those programs because they are 12-month programs.
What would it cost to bring someone in to look over those programs?
I have no idea because I
Isn't
haven't.
our director a
Wait,
12-month
shouldn't all of this
position?
stuff have been looked into before a board even would make a decision? I'm
All of our
talking,
directors-
Jackie, please.
Sorry, Lee.
You know, these are things you have to look into. Not one board member wants to cut a teacher. I don't even think there was one teacher even discussed it being cut. I thought of making maybe humanities instead, because we used to have humanities versus two chairs. That make one humanities, you save $150,000. That we used to do. That's more manageable. Plus the class size has gone down, so that's manageable. But no one wants to consider that cut. Cutting curriculum and cutting special ed. We have no one to go to after this. If we can't go to Dean, if we can't go to Monica at the dais, we have no one to go to when we're sitting there in discussions. Our teachers, Dean is support to our teachers. He supports our teachers. He doesn't want to cut teachers. He actually finds places for teachers to make a department better. So no one's trying to cut. The board is not trying to cut one over the other. Don't want to cut any program. Don't want to cut the pre-K program. I've been dealing with that program on and off on a chopping block for years. I asked it again this year. What would it be like to cut that program, the baby program? They're better off with us because if we don't take care of them when they're babies, we might lose them and it'll end up costing us more money. So for the $200,000 loss, it pays to keep that program because it might cost $500,000 in later years. I wouldn't want to lose that program, nor do I want to bring someone else in to maintain it. That costs $100,000, $125,000 to pay somebody to maintain it. So when we have to put nickels and dimes and quarters together, we have to see what's in the best interest of the entire district. What's the best interest of kids? What's the best interest of the teachers? I personally think Dean works well with the teachers. If he brings in programs we've never had. Like you said, Jackie, you're new on the board. I saw what has happened in the past 6 years. I'm not saying this for any other thing, and then it's true. Anything we've asked, our writing skills are just phenomenal compared to what they used to be. The big talk was we can't write. Our kids can't write. Kids in other schools can't write. Our kids can write now. Our little babies coming out of kindergarten knows how to write a book. I watched it. I've been into the school to see things like that. I don't know where this district will go without someone of that type of leadership helping our kids. It's helping our kids and helping our teachers become the best they can be. And believe me, they become pretty spectacular because of the scores that we're getting and the awards that we're getting shows what the teachers are doing with how they're performing in the classroom. But they're getting guidance from one person, that would be Dean. He goes out, he does the homework, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. He goes out and does the homework and provides all the information the best he can to the teachers, the best way he can. He provides professional development where he can. We spend a lot of money on making our good teachers even better. And they're entitled to that because it's important. And let me tell you, a lot of the teachers do appreciate it. They do care and they become better at their trade because they've gotten that help. And he did it. You asked them about STEM program. They did it. Things that we wanted, all that money that was saved all those years, where'd that money come from? We had people in the past, all they did was save the money. We had no money for robotic. For little kids, they wouldn't give us money for robotics in middle school. Now we have great robotic teams. We have a class of robotics, not just extra help. These are all things that you're just taking for granted, but these are all things I've seen the last 6 years build up. You're just assuming that's natural to you. I saw it, the build up. Now this is not favoritism. This is not picking a teacher over administrator. There are other administrative cuts that can be made to save two important jobs. Neither one of these people are friends of mine. They're employees of the district that both do a good job. And I am afraid if they go, we have no one has anyone to go to. The teachers, the union, me, you, no one. You can't sit at the dais and turn around and say, hey, Dean, I had heard blah, blah, blah. What are you going to do about it? You're not going to have that benefit. You're not, and let me tell you, I don't know where we'll go. It'll take years to recover from this one. It really will. And I can't support a budget that does this to teachers and because everyone's going to get hurt at the end. Enough said from me.
Okay, I guess moving on to public comment. Jesse, do you have the questions?
Hi, yes, I do. Some of them you did touch on, but I had arranged them all beforehand, so I'm gonna read them off as is. I was asked by the board just to kind of surmise some of the emails. A lot of them were based on or questioning the same thing. So I just kind of put all the questions together. So the first regard the budget. There were a few emails concerning the budget for armed guards. And one of the questions was, if the budget fails, will armed guards be considered in a contingency budget? Additionally, someone asked if it's possible to have the armed guard budget be a separate referendum.
Okay, Jackie, would you like to start to answer that question, or somebody else, or whatever?
That should be the superintendent.
Okay,
Right.
Well, I think we decide what the contingency budget is, but Linda can answer it, that's sure.
Yeah, the board decides what the contingency budget is, so you're gonna have to answer that, because that would not be something that would be a decision I would make. That would be a board decision.
Okay, so then the answer to that question is, it could be, it could not be. We don't know. We don't have a contingency budget right now, so we don't know. I mean, I don't know what I would put in or take out at that point. That'd be some more hard decisions we'd have to make. That's my answer. I don't know what anybody else would say.
Don't we have to make a contingency budget to show the community the same time that we're asking for a budget? I mean, we've always done that in the past. This is how it would look if the budget goes through. This is how it look if the budget doesn't go through. That's a normal part of the normal process.
Oh, you're right, Lee. You're right. I forgot about that. We haven't gotten that far yet, so I don't know what I would do. I don't know what Lee, Mylin, or Jackie or Mark would do, but I'll speak for myself. I don't know what I would do at this point.
That decision has to be made before a budget goes out, because a contingency budget has to be made up.
Actually, you would make a contingency budget if the budget fails, so you don't have to do it right away. But that is something you can consider as part of the contingency budget. And then,
well, always in the past, in the budget brochures, we show the budget if it passes, the budget if it fails. I mean, the contingency.
Yeah, but is that
budget.
the contingency budget? You're right, Lee. I remember that. But is that the contingency budget, or is that just what happens if it fails? What kind of things that we have to make cuts for? I don't think it actually said what the cuts were, right?
Get a
It just
list
goes
of all the
categories?
cuts that had to be made.
Right. Okay. From the categories, though.
So you have a couple different options if
Thanks,
the
Bridget.
voters reject the school budget. The first option would be to submit the same budget for a second vote. The second option is to submit the revised budget for a second vote, or third is to adopt a contingency budget. A contingent budget is just ordinary contingent expenses. So it would be expenditures necessary to operate the regular instructional program while preserving the health and safety of students and staff and protecting the district's property. So your tax levy would remain flat, but some expenditures are prohibited. So equipment purchase is not related to health and safety and new capital projects.
Does that include sports or anything like that?
Intergalactic athletic club sports, that those all fall outside the instructional program, but you don't need to necessarily eliminate them.
So, okay, so that's definitely, my personal opinion, we haven't failed a budget as long as I'm aware. If the budget fails, I'm gonna probably point in a direction that it failed because of armed guards being in there. So I would, what I would probably do is if we had to put it up for a second vote, I would put it up before it goes into a contingency, like Bridget had mentioned. I put up for the second vote and remove the armed guards. But that would be something I would do. Jackie?
Until we have to do a contingency budget, like Eileen, I would honestly not know what I would want to do, because I also do not know what we're going to be in store for us in September. We have no idea. All I know is that with the additional, and there has been additional firearm issues, gun-related arrests in Bohemia and in our district in the last 2 months, I would have to see where we're at. I would have to look at all the numbers and decide what I would be for and or against. And that would go for not just armed guards, it would go for a few different things.
Lee?
Well, I think we're going to hear the pulse of the community after this meeting. Probably it'll be all over Facebook, so maybe I should make an effort to go on and start reading some of it and get the pulse, the pulse of the community to see if they're angry, if they're not angry. And before I make any decision on anything, but I cannot see spending money at that point if the community voted the budget down. I'm not happy with right now the way things are, and it has nothing to do with the guns. It has nothing to do with armed guards. It has to do with the educational part of the district. You know, you think I'm not for moving up, and I get accused of this, and I mentioned about a college, their graduation. All I said in the email was college graduation. They didn't have a graduation. So what the university did was promise the kids they'll find them a job. That was their graduation present. I made that comment. It wasn't because I was degrading anyone and moving up or degrading this. But you know what? People aren't going to vote for a budget that's not educationally sound. I don't want to vote for it. It's not educationally sound. It hurts kids. It doesn't help teachers, and it doesn't help administration, and it doesn't help the Board of Education. This budget hurts kids and teachers. Doesn't help either one. Forget guns. Put guns to the side. Guns have nothing to do with this. This budget hurts kids.
Mark?
I'm going to disagree with that because I think we're tightening up this budget so that we can make sure that we have the mental health people that are in there that'll be right there with the kids to hire more of them because we're going to have a lot more kids. So I think you're wrong on that point, Lee, but I'll agree to disagree with you. I know what you're trying to say, and it's not a few cuts here and there is not going to impact as much as 40 teachers would have impacted kids. So I'm going to agree to disagree.
You're just randomly using that figure. It's very insincere.
That was the list was 43, so I'm actually underestimating. But that's okay.
Being insincere.
I'm done talking to you, Lee.
No, but Lee, go back being serious for a minute.
I'm not arguing with you guys.
Go back and watch the March 10th. No, but listen to me for a minute. Go back and watch the March 10th meeting. Really, go back and watch it. It's not like we're making this up. It's there.
I heard that number is the same way you heard the number.
Okay,
I was
so
taken back by that number, but I understood what she was saying. She wasn't saying cut. She is saying our numbers are going down. We can't potentially cut 43. I didn't even like it when they raised kindergarten class sizes. So you're talking to the wrong person. I didn't like it. I liked when our number was 17 at one point. Dr. Grotman.
Lee, you're saying that now. You're saying that now. But wait, but let me talk. But you actually said to me in the past when I said I like 17, 18, 19. That's what I like. 18, 19 is perfect. I like the 16 to 19 numbers. I for elementary.
It used to be 17.
And you said to me that kids, they've had 30 in a class and 35. That was you. So I get it. You might be below class sizes. But
never,
you are.
I never said kids have. Yeah, in other districts, never in Connect One.
No, you said that, Lee. Lee, you also said that you wanted to cut the music program for the third graders. I wouldn't cut a program for kids that we have now. I don't want to do that. So let's just agree to disagree. You have your ideas.
You know how the
I have my ideas.
You know how that program? I found out.
We all want what's best for kids. You're making it sound like only you want what's best for kids. That's just not true. That's just not true. You go about things differently than I do. I speak my mind and that's it. I'm not going to go around sidelining. I'm not going to just agree with admin all the time. You always say, listen to admin. I can't do that, Lee. I'm not you. So why can't you just be an adult and agree to disagree? And I'm not yelling, Lee. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. But I'm just saying, I'm done with all this. Just agree to disagree and move on. Why do you have to beat a dead horse all the time to try to change people's minds and make the rest of the community mad at this one to divide and conquer. We
Mylan,
all want
am
what's
I
best
the
for
only
kids.
one?
We just do it in different ways. I want to add more mental health people in. I want to make sure that we're top heavy down. You want to make sure that that there's directors to go to and superintendents. You do things your way. That's why there's 5 people on the board, Lee, because we all come with different experience. So if you can understand that, then maybe you could have been a good mentor. But when you go at people, like the way you go at people, it's not helping any kid, and it's not helping us. So just move on. Is all I'm saying. I don't want to argue with you anymore. I'm done with it. It's like talking to a brick wall at this point.
All
You're
right,
not going to
Mark.
change my mind. I'm not going to change yours. I get it. Do you get it? So let's move on.
All right, Mark, the question was asked. Would you put it in the contingency? What would you do, Mark?
Well, first of all, I'm hoping that we're making a budget that's going to pass. So I'm hoping that it's going to pass. And I can't answer a hypothetical question. I'd have to first hear from the community after it didn't pass. If it didn't pass, I'd go around, listen to the community, and then get some ideas. I'm not going to make an answer because it's not up to me to make the answer. It's up to my community. And that's what I'm going to listen to.
Okay, Jesse, next question.
Okay, they did ask too if it could be considered a separate referendum for the budget vote.
We were advised by legal to incorporate it into the budget.
Okay. Then
I
another
actually
budget question.
Do that though, so I just want to make sure I thought we should listen to the people. That's why I always say we should listen to the people. But I understand. I got outvoted, and it was okay. I moved on.
I went along with you, Mark, on that particular vote, and I think Mylan, you went along also. So 3 of us did say that it could go on a referendum. And then
No, Lee, you changed your mind.
It wasn't me.
No, I changed my mind. I originally wanted it on the budget.
And so did Lee change his mind. That was the day when some things happened. I was like, this is crazy. But we try to change each other's votes way too much here. And you know what? I've been on the board now almost 2 years. Every time I disagreed with something from the beginning, it seemed like it was a nightmare after. I've had people come to just things that should happen. Let us be who we are, make our opinion, and move forward. It just never happens that way. It's really disheartening. I don't know why we can't move on and respect each other's decisions.
Okay, so the next question, I believe this is referencing elementary. It was a question about eliminating math specialists when there are many more elementary reading specialists. There wasn't a lot of reference, so.
At this point, there's been no eliminations of any teachers in the budget.
Okay. There was a question as well that was submitted, just requesting that the board revisit abolishing the 2 assistant superintendent positions.
We had that discussion.
Then there was someone also asked regarding the budget, if the district has looked into cutting every line item, if allowed, by 1 to 2% to close the gap.
Bridget, that would be a question for you.
There's no more gap at this point, and we have been going line by line. If we have a significant state aid decrease, we will certainly be going line by line again at the end of next week.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to distance learning now. There were several questions around video instruction, live video instruction, and if the district has any plans to start this type of instruction.
Linda, that question would, I guess, go to you.
So as we were advised, the live video instruction is a change in working condition that needs to be mandatorily bargained, and we are in discussions. At this point, there's been no agreement.
Thank you. There was also someone specifically asked why speech therapy isn't being offered on a one-to-one sort of option.
Same answer. Our speech therapists are members of the teachers union, and that there's been no agreement.
Okay, and then the final 4 questions kind of surround end of year things. One of them is there a plan for students to retrieve their personal belongings from district buildings?
So we are opening up our buildings next week for our teachers to come in and begin to close up their rooms. Once all the teachers' materials are removed, we will put a plan in place for parents to come and clean out student lockers, as well as retrieve any materials left in classrooms. Probably probably the week after or the week before Memorial Day, somewhere in that ballpark, but teachers will be coming in first and then students after that.
There was a question regarding payments that parents had made for various school events, like field trips. Is there a plan to reimburse those funds?
I'm going to let Bridget answer that question. That was a question that was brought up today in our administrative cabinet council meeting. And I'm going to allow her to answer that.
So we are first waiting to receive reimbursement checks from all of the vendors and companies. That is obviously the only way that we can start to reimburse parents. After that, for every single person that needs a reimbursement, we would have to essentially create hundreds upon hundreds of vendors per person to be able to issue a check to them directly. So Envision, our financial software, has created a program for us and sent us an Excel file so that we can fill out the information, the name, the address, and the dollar amount, and send it back to Envision for them to convert it into the program. This way, once we receive the reimbursement checks from the companies, we can go ahead and issue the reimbursement to the individual themselves. So it's in the works. It's just I'd say a couple more weeks before we can turn that around.
There was also the last question, just what is the plan for finals for high school students?
Dean, since you're leading that committee and that discussion with administration and teachers, can you give us an answer to that?
We will be coming out with a document for our parents within the next couple of days regarding fourth quarter grading, final averages at the secondary level, as well as final exams at the secondary level. So prior to me releasing it to the community, I just want to make sure that all our instructional staff is aware.
Thank you. That from the emails that I shared with the board that was received, that's the general consensus of the questions that were posed.
Oh, thank you, Jesse. Okay, so we're moving on to sorry, I had all my papers mixed in. Okay, we're moving on to recommended action, personnel and matters, schedule 1. I need a motion and a second.
Eileen motions.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Lee?
Aye, I said aye.
Okay. Moving on to schedule 1, abolish of,
Why is that on there again? Wait, let's make a motion to discuss it, I guess, and then we'll.
yeah, well, that's,
Can we pull one? It's H1B for a separate vote?
Where is that one?
That's the one we just did, Jackie.
Okay. I had said it earlier in executive. I didn't know if you guys heard me when I said it then.
That you did.
And I
I'll
said I
ask
gotta
for-
say it again in public.
Well, since we all voted and it passed, you can ask for reconsideration to revote, and you need 2 more votes to do this.
Yeah, you guys are all a go, so I understand. It's fine.
Okay. Sorry about that, Jackie. I meant to.
So you're asking me why the abolishment is on here again. And that was a mistake that was made while I was in the middle of a COVID infection in the last board meeting. Our legal counsel said, make sure that that title is the correct title. On the website, which is where I went for the information, the title was incorrect. I know that the
So
board originally.
Linda, just so you know, I originally said that the title that you have there tonight, you corrected me and made Jesse change it because you said it wasn't the correct title then.
I know, I'm explaining that. I would just like to continue to
I
explain
just want
that.
to point that out, that we did have the correct title. So I don't understand if it's just semantics, why we can't just change the minutes. That's all I'm asking. And
Because
that's
it's
probably
not
to Lisa, not
semantics.
you.
Okay, Lisa?
Yes, hi. You want to make sure that you have abolished the correct position because you need
Right, so that's what I'm saying, Lisa. I did say that title. I did say it, and then Linda corrected Jesse after it went through. She said it was the wrong title. So we had already voted on the correct title, and then the new title that was on the website was put in to Jesse after the vote. So that's why I don't
That's not
understand why it's
true.
on there again.
You actually voted on the amended one, which was my taking a picture of the website and sending it to Jesse. You did not vote on the original title.
I'll go back and listen to the meeting, but I was pretty sure that we did that. And then you said, wait, that's not the title.
So you should
But
ensure.
I could be wrong. I just wanted to know why it was on there again because I know we did it the right way first and then it was corrected. So I was just curious.
But we did say special ed. We can go back and watch it. We did say special ed, and then you correct us and said special services.
So you just want to be sure you're correct because you want it, if you want to abolish the position, it has to be the correct position so that there's no confusion. Because right now, the position you abolish doesn't exist. You abolish the position that doesn't exist.
What position are they abolishing now?
The assistant superintendent for special education.
It's the same one we already abolished. It's just, it was the wrong title, apparently. Lisa, I'm going to definitely go back and look at that meeting, but I mean, we can vote on it again now. I'm not changing my vote anyway. It doesn't matter.
So are we done? All right, so
We have to motion and vote.
Okay, so I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, I'm going to say no.
Say no.
Yes.
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to, are we done?
No, there's a schedule 2.
Oh, I thought we just did schedule 2.
No, you did schedule 1 abolishment of a position. You need to do schedule 2, schedule 3, appointments, tenure, salary changes.
Why am I not seeing this on here?
It's on there, Mylin. There's people on there. Oh,
all right.
Also,
So
just remind me, Jesse, to ask you about the minutes before we end this meeting.
Okay, so we're going to schedule 2. I need a motion in a second.
Motion.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
And then there's, we have the regular, then we're moving into consent agenda, right, Linda?
Yes, and I think you wanted to table
Number 2?
for 2.
Okay, so we have items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we have to table number 2.
I don't see number 2. I know we're tabling it. I know what it is. But on the minutes, I see 1 and then 3 is a surplus item and then budget transfers, which I didn't see because they weren't PDF, but they are now. So
I don't know
I
if
can't
Jessica
get on.
took that one off already.
No,
Maybe.
if you're looking at it printed, the number 2 is listed at the bottom of the previous page. So I think you might not just be seeing the heading.
Oh, okay. I'm
That's
looking at it
how
on the
mine
computer.
looks. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it should.
No,
it
it's
should be
here.
there.
It's on the line. It's
Yeah.
online.
All right. I mean, I know what it is, so it's not a problem. I just didn't see it. It was just weird. It goes from 1 to 3 on mine. Very strange. Oh, no, there it is. It is the bottom of the page. I see it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we're tabling number 2. So we
Right.
need to vote on 1, 3, 4. So we
I just have a question.
Okay. We have our motion
What
on
is
the
what is
table?
a 6-inch, the 6-inch jointer? What is that? It's a curiosity thing. What is that surplus item? I'm okay with it. I just want to know what it is. Anybody?
I believe it was used originally in the technology program.
Correct.
No,
It's
I
used
just-
for
I just
it's
didn't
used
know
for
what kind of
woodworking.
tool that was, yeah, or what it was. Okay.
So do we have it all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Lee?
Aye, Jackie.
Jackie, aye. Lee?
Yes.
Mark?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, so I believe we're moving into executive session. So I need a motion and second to adjourn this meeting and then a motion and second to move
No,
into.
Mylin, we could put there's only one item left for our executive session. We could put that on for the next time. But before we end that, I want to just ask Jessie a question. And she may not know this answer. She may have to ask Mary Jane. I'm not really sure. We used to put, after we did the transfers, maybe Linda, you know this. I mean, not transfers, personnel. After they were approved or not approved, it used to go in the minutes. And I don't know when it stopped happening, but it's not on, because I don't have to look at those minutes anymore, so I see them. But a couple of parents in the community told me that it's not on the minutes anymore.
I'm not sure, but I will look into it. I'll reach out to Mary Jane, kind of see what's
Yeah,
going
only
on.
after it's approved. And I don't know if Mary Jane did it either. But after it's approved, if you go back like a couple of years, you'll see after it was approved, on the tenure, the schedules for hirings, firings, or whatever that is, it used to show up after the meeting. And now it's not there.
It's Mary Jane. Hello.
Hi, Mary Jane.
Hi. Yeah, what I usually do is go to the agenda and I copy it from the agenda, Jesse, and then I paste it into the minutes.
Okay.
So I don't know that I advised Jesse of that. So
Okay. All right, good.
we can look at it tomorrow.
All right, no problem. I just wanted to make sure that it goes on there for the public. And then, like I said, Mylin, for the executive session part, we could do that at the next meeting. There's just that one item left that I brought in, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
there's nothing pending then.
No, but Jesse, can you please remind me to put that on the next meeting executive session?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so I need a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting.
I will definitely motion for that.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Have a good night.